Am I actually live? Okay, never mind, the stats are just slow. If you are here, let yourself be known. And let me find this heart rate thing. Yo, 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀. Thank you so much for your resubscription. Did you hold on to it until now or something? Oh, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. How you doing? Also, why is everyone so late? Oh, Mammy, we miss you. Where are you, you fools? Where are you? Hey, JK. Do you have any runs today? Oh, I think that's gonna... Oh, yeah. So, about that. I have a feeling that everyone's gonna come an hour late because it's an hour early for you. Damn. That explains a lot, especially with Demi. Like, there's absolutely no way that Demi would remember that time has gone back, so... How am I doing? How am I doing? I'm a little overwhelmed and at the moment. Because I had to, wash Theo multiple times and get out all this gunk, and I'm just like right before stream, and I'm like, I just trying to have a nice day. So at this exact moment in time, I'm a little overwhelmed, but all in all, I'd say I'm pretty good. I did get up at like 3 in the morning, so, take with that what you will. Kyo! Kyo! Okay, I have to give everyone a proper welcome. Ooh, 𝗟𝗶ৃஹ𝗸𝘀. Thank you for the resubscription and for coming and always being the first one here. Lols. Kyo, Coco. Thank you for coming back. I miss you. I'm still figuring out how it is to exist, Oh, I missed you too. Oh, my heart. Be still. Right now I'm trying to download the new update for the thingy here. Yo, Ren! Excuse me. Ren! How are you, Ren? Have you released physical contact with your fur babies since you got back? Are they permanently attached to you? Well, for like all of this morning, Theo was like permanently attached to me because he had sticky fly trap all over him, and then that stuck to me. So yeah. Oh, I missed you too. No worries, Kyo. No worries. It's the thought that counts. He's happy to see ya. I have to update this heart rate monitor. You can't see what I'm doing, but I'm setting up the... Oh. Oh. As of October 2023, Pulsoid and Hyperate now both natively support Fitbit devices that are apps such as highly recommended to use the Pulsoid or Hyperate input for this. For legacy purposes, this plugin will continue to feature its own semi-convoluted Fitbit integration for now. Okay. Oh, let me look up Hyperate. And maybe then it would be more, it will be more accurate. I don't even remember what kind I have. Well, fish is now... Yeah. Well, part of it I think is because there weren't as many people. Like everyone knew that it was, or not everyone. I mean, it's like people can't be fooled. It's like fool me once. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm trying to install this Pulsoid Fitbit application. I need to find out which Fitbit I have, though. I have the Sense. Okay, I need to go to the Fitbit thingy. Ah. Alright, Fitbit. Well, I see you. Kind of. Settings. Access to account. Access apps. No. How do I access the store? Hey, Maki! Maki! 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Oh yeah, that's true. That could be a thing, you know. So Demi had a good idea of like I'm sure we could get Sammy to set up where people poke Demi and it automatically rolls a D20, and then, you know, if it's less than 5, then it poisons them. And it's like blah 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 blah, that whole thing. Oh right, but I just realized, okay, I had to turn a bunch of redeems back on as well. Hmm. Oh, okay. Okay, so first things first, let me get those redeems back on.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Yes, because he hates hydrating. Thank you for the hydration. Yesterday, Demi was like, "Oh, you gotta hydrate. How are we gonna make up for all these past 2 weeks?" And I'm like, "Oh, thank you for this, Josh." Back, oh, crack, crack, crack. Okay, let's see. You know what? I'm gonna bring Reaver back for the shits and gigs. I should probably turn off the new emote requests and interactive redeem requests for now until I catch up on my shits. Hey, Heels! Oh, excuse me. Heels! Heels, good man, how are you? I had to give everyone an official welcome back. If someone could poke me, pay up, who's probably not here, because I would be happy here. Anyway, if someone could poke me to test to see if it's working. Ah, there we go. Thanks, Osk. Busky busky. Oh, the pokes. The punks! Ah, the bunks! No, that doesn't count! How dare. And let's see... Apps... Pulsoid. Don't bunk a cat. The cat just got here. See who else is lurking. We have Carlos, Rita, and Sphinx, and Frey, and Amelia Zoe. I don't know who Amelia Zoe is, but hello. That's a cute emote. Okay, now I have Pulsoid. Connected. Let's see. Pulsoid. Oh. Login via Twitch. Yes. I saw nothing. I saw the thing that you sent in the group. I don't know if that counts as a profile picture, but I commented back on it. I will pin this 𝗟𝗀𝘀. Yeah, it looks really good. Honestly, I'm usually pretty picky about like people's VTuber and stuff like that, but I like that angle and everything. Hey, Frey! A proper Frey! Welcome! Yeah, I feel the same, 𝗟𝗀𝘀, about the Discord. Wow, wow, Ren. You made it, Frey! Yeah, I'm still trying to get my shit together. Because I'm trying to... Not that I need to do the Pulsoid stuff, like, right this second, but I was like, oh, let me just, what you call it? What do you call it? What do you call it? Having such a huge brain fire right now. What do I need to do for the... I'm trying to do 10 things at once. I'm pulling a demi and I'm failing. Which means I'm winning. Because demi always fails. No, it's sending me confirmation codes. 10 years later. I don't know. I think it's probably because he doesn't realize that time has moved back for him and that it starts an hour early, although I saw he was online at like 4 or 5 in the morning for me. So like a normal time. But it would be very demi-like to not realize. Yeah, daylight savings. No, you gained an hour. Okay, Pulsoid, how do you... Oh no, I closed things. You know how, like, if you put, like, a window to the edge of a screen, it'll make other things, like, go minimized? That's, yeah. That's basically what I'm experiencing right now. Slowly open everything back up. Close this. Yeah, in the meantime, please fish. And let's get this. Where is... I could have sworn I had another window open. Ooh. Let me see if I can show this. There was like a... let's try... I don't think this has any sus information. Carlo! Carlo! Welcome back, although you went further, which is rude. What does that mean? What does it mean? How feet? Do feet work? Feet do work. Thank you for asking. Feet, thank you. Recompiling a hard drive, that doesn't sound fun. How are you, Carlo? What do you call this? Let me see if I can... Where'd it be? Where'd it go? Where'd it go, though? Huh, it didn't show up. Okay. Oh. Maybe it's because of this. The thing I was trying to show is I got this email from Pulsoid, and they're showing some of the widgets that they had, and I like this caution. Inspiration, you know? Got a new job from your brother who wants a little terrace. Nice! It's a weird time of year when temp keeps going from really cold to warm. Yeah, same. They make you work for your weather. I hope that, oh, there's an ad break coming in 9 seconds. My bad. Welcome back, guys! I think that because most of you guys were subs, you had ads off for a little while. Yeah, you and your turbo. Make it so it calls the ambulance when it's over. Yeah. Not a bad idea. So how do I get this to, you know? Also isn't connecting. I don't know why. Why can't I have nice things? Maybe I need to access it from my online. Do not turn off your watch. Aha. Hey, there we go. Let me get up another one so we can see what how the number fares compared to the old method. Alright, the numbers. Okay. Okay. Now I have to bring up phone link. How do I pop this out again? What are you doing? You're not pooping, are you? There you go. That was really sus. That was real sus. He was like meowing a lot. Then he kind of started doing the scratching thing. And then Mom's blender! No, I didn't give him his fishing cast. Welcome, Mom's blender! Welcome back. Good to see you. Oh yeah, anyway, so I thought he was gonna poop. And I was like, done, eat the fuck, bruh. But luckily it was not. Okay. We find which one this. Oh, right. That's why it didn't work. Okay. Names. How you doing, Blendy? Yeah, I heard he did something that he wasn't supposed to do. Oops. One moment, please, while I adjust this. Uh... So we will be getting to Italy, but first, let me Meet you? My god, my English is getting worse having not been in America. Let me introduce you to dice. Dreams. I assume it's this one. Dice Dreams! It's a me, Memio. It's cute. Okay, let me look back. Rice and dreams. Did I say rice? I meant to say dice. But anyway, yeah, so this game is pretty... I log in as a guest. I'm not, not about to share my Facebook. So yeah, someone stole from me. Okay, anyway. So, this game, it looks a lot more complicated right now because I'm like, I've played a little bit because I wanted to test it out and make sure certain things worked. Alright, go away. So, nah. Okay, go away. Go away. Go away. These don't pop up unless you're like, I guess if you first get in the game after a while, or if you've like run out of dice. So, how did you get in? Oh, no, it's just a choose and pick thing, and I just did it when I was back. Like, I started it yesterday. It's for 30 days. But yeah, so... wow, it was so fast. What we should see is... Okay, I'm looking at the dice little blurb thing. Oh, right, I guess he hasn't gotten to level 6 yet. But yeah, so... Got our team, 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝗀𝘀. Hey, look, we kind of look like twins. How did they... Oh, yeah. I chose this one because it kind of looked like it had whiskers. But they didn't have money options. Yeah, anyway, so your screen usually starts a lot clearer. It's actually pretty decent at kind of slowly getting you into things. Let's see. Okay, so, and also, after you play a little bit, you can do an auto rolls. So basically, you're just rolling these dice, and it gets you things. Sometimes, like, for example, I got 3 shields, so I can shield against other people attacking me, which doesn't make sense at the moment, but it will. And then, so you get all this gold. Okay, here's one. Attack. So they just chose some random person named Marie. And I can choose what building I want to attack. I am attacking this one because it looks like it's big and it was worth more in the end anyway. It has this little Flappy Birds type of thing going on. Alright, time this. Bombs away! And if they don't have a shield, well actually you still get gold regardless, but... Yeah. Okay, I don't know what the fuck is going on. Alright, go away. But the point being is you roll dice, you get gold and other kind of currency and stuff the way you do in other games. And then basically what you're doing is you're just building up these thingamybobs. And you're trying to complete kingdoms. So when you first start, you're all the way over here, Royal Beginning. Apparently you can't click them, which is too bad. And then, so you just complete the different areas for each one. And there isn't, like... It's kind of weird, because it's not like a mini game the way that Match 3 is. And the animations, the production value is actually kind of like, hey, that's not bad, you know? But yeah, so I have 50 dice and then 33 extra because you can get extra from doing these offers and stuff, as one would expect. I've only bought one thing so far. But yeah, so let me bring up the Streamlabs. I mean, Stream Elements. This over for a second. So, I'm currently doing dice streams. I already did that. Okay. I'm sorry. It was a mistake. Goal widget. Stream with dice streams category. I think I'm doing that, right? Maybe it just needs some time to update. But anyway. So, we have 30 days for this one. So, the first goal is if you get to Kingdom 6, it's $2 per new users, takes about 30 minutes. To get to Kingdom 8, takes about 1 hour. And this is the type of thing where, like you see these, I'm clicking these multipliers. The multipliers seem to go up the more kind of like extras you have. So at one point I had like 500 extra like dice rolls. And so I could do a times 50 multiplier. So you don't have to tediously click 500 times or do the auto roll for that many times. So I mean, I guess there's a little bit of initial time investment, but for the most part, it's actually pretty chill. Like once I kind of like caught up with everything that I could do, I wasn't able to do anything with it for a while. So yeah, but it does reward you for doing some of the more time-sensitive missions, of course. Also, let me train this. I'll hide. Okay, so yeah, and then Kingdom 15, $6. Kingdom 25, $8. Kingdom 30, $18. Kingdom 60, $18. And that starts ramping up. Kingdom 100, $21. Kingdom 250 is $26. Nothing will be as grindy as Ant Game, but it was pretty fun. Pretty grindy. Yeah. I'm glad you think so. Well, I'm sure that at some point we have to do one of those type of things eventually, because there's just so many of them. But I'm actually quite pleased that we were able to find one that was a different style. Yeah, so Demi knew that I was I had already started, but he said I'm gonna, wait until tomorrow. In part because he had an event in his own game that he had to finish, like in a different mobile game. And then we have the first timer pack, $3 for 3. Purchase a $5 pack, $7 for 5. Purchase a $12 pack, $12 for, So like I'll probably at one point I'll get a $12 pack for myself, and then it'll just count for the 5 and the 12. But yeah, so this one, the last one, like there was a team bonus, and I'm gonna still do that. But like for this one, it actually says how much, like $40. Like we can definitely hit this really easily. And it's already our team is already 100 crowns with just me alone, let alone 𝗟𝗀, and getting a few more players, like easy peasy. So I think this one will be, I don't know how long it'll take to like get to this stuff, but I feel like, especially with experience from last month, it'll be pretty straightforward, So I'm kind of excited. I haven't played a game that's like this before. Also, let me just... I feel like there's a lot more waiting on this one than the matchup game, though. Yeah. Well, think of it this way. This sponsorship allows you to have a life. Isn't that great? Hey, Choco Chicken! Choco Chicken! Hello! 𝗟𝗶 has already beaten the next sponsor game. Oh, really? Well, first of all, thank you for getting the starter pack. I don't know. Maybe the starter pack that you got was less than $7. Maybe it was like a $3 one or something, or $1 one. But with the one I got for $7, I got to at least like group 10 without much effort, so I don't know. Maybe it's a skill issue. JK. Skill issue is not in our 𝗟𝗶's vocabulary. But yeah, also mine coincided with a lot of these what do you call it? Events and stuff. So you literally just started. Don't worry, you'll get with all the other rewards that you'll start snowballing. So one thing that I thought was kind of cool was that it has all of your typical mechanics as other games do. So like this album one, there's actually you get something for finishing this album or these albums, which is cool. Like 25,000, like that sounds like a lot. And I'm sure that there are other pages that they have as well. Oh yeah, also like I think perhaps trying to I'm just doing the most expensive first, but I don't think you necessarily have to do that, but prioritizing them to the point where you get the little gifts would probably be helpful, because then it could push you. Oh, I wanted there was a pet one I wanted to get. Deep Journey. Ends in one day. Some of this stuff is just like it's moving so quickly I can't keep up. What's this one? Also, this one has the thing as well where you can trade stickers. I'm 50th. Frey, why are you going late so live? Live so late. But I am quite glad about this auto roll feature and how they don't. It isn't quite as gate kept as it is in some other games. Ooh, Chinese dress. That's cute. Not very historically accurate, but cute. I can't believe you have energy to stream after that, Frey. Oops. I wonder how many I can send at one. Oh, 𝗟𝗏, finally! An hour late! I think we can all guess what he's gonna say. Demi?
Hello? What's up?
Hey!
Doofy-doo.
Demi do! You have...
I saw you here and I decided I need to get out of bed.
Yeah. Your job's gotta be socially exhausted. Yeah. Welcome, Demi do!
Ah, I missed that voice.
Yeah, Carlo.
I
I'm early
wait,
by your standards because of that, but it's actually normal.
wait, you're streaming already?
Yeah, it's 12 my time.
12 your time.
Yeah.
Wait. Oh, so you still... Wait, so you
But now that I
started
think
like an
about
hour
it,
ago?
I'm confused. Because I was supposed to...
Because,
We were supposed to have it at the same time, so... If we did, then there shouldn't be a difference.
yeah,
Hmm.
I was hoping to start the stream at the same time as you.
Oh, pat.
But, okay. I'll open the stream. What did I miss? How was
Everything.
Italy?
Everything! Yeah, no,
Everything?
I was setting up for a while. If you look at the stream, you'll see the heart rate on, and I'm using a slightly different input method. It's like a different app than the kind of, other one that the plugin had, so it seems like it might be a little bit smoother. And so I set that up, and then I was explaining the game to people.
Oh, by the way, am I supposed to be up here?
It was from
Hello?
leftover from before.
Hello? Little Demi do. Hello Kyo. Hello Frey. Hello Usk. Hello Mom's Blender. Hello Choco Chicken.
Choco
Oh
Chicken,
dear.
tell them to
Hello
eat
Carlo.
bubblegum. Sorry, that was like a little bit aggressive. But yeah, let me check the...
I need to start playing that game.
What is
Damn
it called?
late.
Daylight savings.
I just woke up and I missed it. Ah.
Oh, wait, Oh, okay. So daylight savings for us maybe maybe be happening. It may be happening on the November 3rd. Maybe so now it's has that time difference that we were talking about before.
Yeah.
Oh, so that's funny because my husband and I just had we thought we were gaining an hour when we were moving, but it was like the time moving
It was
from because like time
Italy
did go
was gonna
back.
have
Like
it.
my brain was still in not my brain, my phone was still in Italy time. So when it did do daylight savings, technically I did have like 2 a.m. for another hour, but then when I got to the States, it wasn't like that. So okay, it's all coming together now.
Yeah, makes sense.
So help me God. But yeah. So as so Usk was giving his opinion so far about how the game has a lot more weighting. It's the way I see it is like you can like kind of like load up on your dice, which will make more sense when you start playing. But it kind of allows you to have a life at the same time, so I don't know how you feel about that, but eggs time! Go Frey, go!
Right, I'm gonna see. I need to check Discord. All the
Deal!
new stuff.
Beta. Okay, beta.
Oh, I'm noticing you say, I need you.
Yeah, you didn't answer the call. It was sad.
I'm so sad.
I was sadder. No! I got the bomb. $2 mil. I don't really know what happens if you try to attack something that's already broken, but I always just figure that the ones that are still intact are more valuable.
You actually need to aim, or just
Hmm?
aim, and then do you need to aim your?
I just time it so I hit the bullseye when it moves back and forth.
Okay.
Got one attacking as someone who had their whole
Like
family.
you choose a choose
Wow,
the
it was...
target.
Ooh. Rock. Oh no, they beat me. This is the first one I've lost. Still got good money for it though.
Damn, you suck at rock, paper, scissors.
I don't know. Yeah, so generally the events don't get in your way until us selling this to them, unless you've like you're logging in for the first time in a while, or if you've run out of like energy and stuff, then they'll just like force you to go through every single event. But yeah, 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀 taking prisoners or taking no prisoners or whatever the thing is, I don't know. So, but yeah, Demi, how are you feeling?
I'm feeling pretty good.
You better feel rested as fuck, my boy.
I feel rested as fuck. Yeah, boy.
Let's see. Demi did the do 16 times.
But it was probably more, but
Nah, you don't curse as much when I'm not around.
I cursed more when Blender was around.
Oh, yeah. I guess it's not mutually
You're
exclusive.
fast as fuck, boy. I saw that on stream. You kept running. Whee!
Cool, 8 mil.
So what happened to Theo?
Oh yeah, so I was like half awake and Preet was saying something about a sticker, and at first I thought he was talking about like, because sometimes he'll fuck around and he'll take like a sticker and just like put it on a cat, just to bother them or whatever. What the fuck, Blender. But yeah, so I was like, he's like, can you help me with it? And I was like, half asleep, like I had gone back to sleep. It's like, oh, I'll deal with it later. If I had known what I know now, that it was actually full on fly stickiness or whatever, the poor boy, I would have dealt with it earlier. But yeah, so his tail underneath, it's almost like he sat in like a pool of just stickiness, and it was at first I washed him. Zach got off a little bit of it, but really not that much because it was like totally saturated. And at first I gave him a bath, and he was so fucking patient. He's not used to having a bath because he doesn't need to have a bath because he's just always tangle free all the time. But yeah, I sat him. He clearly knew why I was doing it. He's so fucking smart. He sat there at first he was like struggling a little bit, like he's just like, oh, I don't like this water here. And but I didn't actually need to use any force. I just kind of used like a guiding hand, and eventually he just like sat in the tub while I tried to wash his tail. Which I'm just
So
like,
it was just the tail.
well, it was the tail and his like bloomers, like so in the back, and a little bit on the base of his tail. But yeah, so then I tried to wash it out, and then I got my husband's help, and I tried to cut some of it out. I have these splitters, these like razors, like safety razors that help with splitting, that I would use for splitting mats. And so that worked for a little bit, but there are a couple times where I actually nicked him, and I feel really bad about that because he was very patient about just like sitting there. Because I tried to do a little bit before my husband was available, and he was just sitting there. But it was so sticky that, and cat skin is very, very sensitive and very stretchy. So if you're not paying attention, you can very easily just like cut them bad. Luckily his was just barely on the surface and it didn't bleed, but I'm sure it still hurt. So there were a couple times where he just like flinched, or like he was just like, he meowed, or he just basically showed his discontent. But yeah, he came out okay in the other end. And then I was like doing some more research, and I was like, oh right, they said olive oil. So then I took the poor guy back into the bathroom and just like basically covered his butt in olive oil. And by that time he was kind of like, not really having it. And he didn't put up a fight the way Django would, but he was still like, I'm tired of this. So I lathered him up, and then I had also used Dawn soap earlier, so I used Dawn soap again to get the oil out. And yeah, and he's since gotten 2 cat treats, and he seems pretty satisfied. But he's just, and like when I had my husband hold him while I was doing some of the trimming and stuff, he would just, he's at one point he was like purring, even though like the whole process was like unpleasant. I don't know if it was because, it was out of stress, or if he was just like thankful or whatever. But I'm just like, this guy's not a normal cat. Like he's just, he's he's doing the best that he can, I'm just like, too fucking smart, boy.
People don't give enough credit to cats and dogs' intelligence.
Yeah.
Although some do pretty dumb shit, but
yeah, Django can be pretty dumb sometimes. But it just blows my mind how smart Theo is.
Yeah.
And how he's not like I'm sure that like, if it happened to someone like Misa or something, like she would know what we're trying to do, but she'd probably be too freaked out to actually kind of process that. So, but he did the best he could,
And it shows that you are a good owner, otherwise he won't trust you as much.
Yeah. Give me all your treasure. Weren't you the one who was saying something about, like, you don't care to steal your friend's coins or something like that?
It's like
Because we were talking about Facebook, yeah.
Yeah, it's like I saw the video on that thing that had the instructions for streaming this game. There was a video about the game, and basically it was selling point was steal your friend's coins.
Oh, yeah, because like at that point in time when you talked about that, I hadn't reached the point in the game where it like was telling me that was a feature. So I thought you were just kind of talking generically about games. And
I thought to myself, I don't even know if people I know are playing this game, and I never thought that I want to steal people's coins. So but that little video was not very informative.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't even understand the gameplay. But
Oh yeah. Hmm. Yeah, I
we'll
didn't.
see.
I could just tell that it was different from the other games we played, and I was like, all right, that's enough for me. But I feel like I've been pleasantly surprised by what it has been. Let me know when you've actually like downloaded and started playing it or whatever.
Yeah, I'm opening the game on the. I am opening Twitch on the phone so that I can access the link. But that link on Discord is also.
Also, what?
You also have a link on Discord.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I should.
Maybe I could have used that.
Yeah, I should put it in the update the sponsorship. But yeah, Blender only has the best kind of bad influence. I remember one time Zeke had sat on a sticky trap for mice and went ape shit running through the house, knocking shit over. Yeah, that was what Theo did, but I was like half awake. I thought it was just a sticker that stuck him in the wrong way. But yeah, so basically the sticky trap hangs over the sink because that's the most likely place for the little fruit flies to be. And he likes to kind of like lick water from over there and stuff. So he just got back in. He has. Wait, let me share. I'm gonna put a photo in general chat. Let me just hide this for now. Window. His legs look so funny. But also, like, look how sad he looks. Like, not his face, but like his body.
Oh no! Oh no! He was reduced to just a
Shriveled up mess.
a little sewer cat.
Yeah.
Oh no!
Sewer cat, more like sewer rat. But like, look how tiny his bones are.
Yeah.
It's like seeing an owl's skeleton.
Yeah, and the tail, it seems like it's all snapped and stuff.
Oh yeah, I guess it does.
Poor Bobby.
You just call him Booby?
Baby.
Oh, Booby.
Bobby.
But yeah, there was a promotional thing for the pets that I actually like was like, okay, I'll buy this on stream or something when I get around to it, but then oh, wait, maybe this is it. Hmm. Yeah, look at this business expense.
If I reach the last level, I I can get you $100. A hundo. And one?
Oh, you mean by like getting to 250?
Yeah.
That's a lot.
The previous one was like 60.
Yeah. Isn't that kind of crazy? Because it's like in the beginning, it's like a little bit small, but we have a few dedicated people here who I think might be willing to do that. And yeah, boy. Oh my god, it's so cute!
Oh, the little orange block. Ah, number 2.
It won't let me do whatchamacallit, so I'll just have to do. Watch him become like less cute, and I'm like, oh, I don't know if it's 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀 anymore.
Wait.
At least I can change it.
Am I seeing a delay? Said it was no longer 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀, but for me.
Oh no, I was saying if he isn't cute anymore, he might not
I
be
see.
𝗟𝗶𝗀 anymore.
Yeah. Oh, have people been joining your guild? Clan?
Yeah.
Team?
𝗟𝗌. Hi Twitch. It's just 𝗟𝗌 though, so far.
Oh, hello, 𝗟𝗌. 𝗟𝗌 is asking for roll.
That's kind of funny because, you know, I mean, I guess the way that the teams are organized, there isn't as much of incentive for people to just kind of randomly join. But like, I don't really care either way whether people join. It's just, you know, mainly for us. But I think also having my name in the title makes it a little bit more like people are just like less randoms they're trying to join.
Get it? But there are many people who also just, if the game offers them a choice between, like, oh, join this guild, they might just join because it looks like the best one. They will never talk. They just want
The goodies.
the bonuses. It's like, yeah.
So this is a good example for you guys. It says 600. I have 650 extra, and I can do times 50. So that saves some time, and also gives me the illusion that I'm getting more than I'm actually. Like, I'm not getting any more than before, but I feel like I am.
Dwayne, should I try to access the game through Twitch, or can it be through the Discord link? What's
What do you mean? Like in terms of?
I want to download the game. Is it the same if I join Twitch or through a Discord link? The exact thing.
It probably just depends on your name, but I don't think it really matters in the end. It's up to you. It's my guess.
Actually, let's do it. See what happens. Join
You're doing the Discord one?
the Twitch one this time.
Oh. Yeah, I always do the Twitch one.
So I need to click.
Thank you for the hydration. Oh, oops. Go bong. I need more water. That means eat too, dummy do.
Okay. Thank you. Careful, this link will take you to the Dice Dreams 𝗟𝗶𝗀𝘀. Are you sure you want to go there? You have no viruses? I hope. Hello, Freya.
You know Frey's been here
I
the whole time, right?
yeah, but I was reading this Discord and I want to call
Gotcha.
out Freya because she missed the last two streams and I was I basically was finishing the dragon, the art, and then played with Mom's Blender on Saturday, the second part of the stream, and I appreciate you being there. You didn't miss any Valheim though, I think.
25. I can do that.
Yeah, Frey was here. She said hello, Demi, or something when I appeared.
No, glad you noticed.
Dreams worth remembering. Kumegi had a nice but I'm not sure. Kumegi is saying that she got an amazing dream last night, but she's not sure if she'll go into specifics.
You keep kind of cutting out.
Oh, is it because I was reading on the other? Maybe I was reading the other screen and I move away from the mic.
You have a little feedback, or like since you came in, you've had a little feedback in the background. Like it's been so long, I can't remember if that's.
Is this any better?
Oh yes, it is.
Nice. I sometimes I need to do this, but I only know if people tell me.
Yeah, I
And it
probably should have
fixes
mentioned it
immediately.
earlier, but yeah.
Let me do. I'm here. I'm back, boy. I don't know. I just love saying let me do.
Where would your life be if you didn't have Demi Do?
I don't know.
Demi Boo.
Ooh.
Ooh, Peon Empire, whatever that means.
And that game has a lot of stuff to click on.
Yeah, it doesn't in the
Feels
beginning,
overwhelming.
but then it just
Yeah.
it gets there.
Uh-huh.
But you kind of learn to just ignore it. It's not the same as like the ant game. I feel like it requires a lot more of your actual
Yeah.
attention.
All the timers and yeah.
Yeah, this they have timers, but it's kind of like you can choose to just ignore it, and you're not going to be penalized for it.
Because you don't need to be there when it ends. It just oh, it got resetted. You have a full day to do this or something.
Yeah, that's just kind of like it's an opportunity you can take advantage of if you'd like to, but. Let's see what you look like.
Yum 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 yum.
Oh, little legend. Oh, still cute.
Oh, I get a a little horns.
And orange is your color, so funny.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm so close to finishing this one. I just need Chunk's Cave, whatever that one is. So, Usk, when you start getting whatever is, let me know and we'll compare notes.
Well, it has like cards like the other game.
Yeah, but I feel like it, what do you call it? It rewards you more than the other game did.
Keep so many levels. How does that work?
Because whatever the number you land on is the number of spots you go. So because I'm doing it times 50 because I had a bunch of them, the numbers are all just bigger. So if I just go back to 1, you'll see.
Yeah, imagine if you had to do every single
Yeah, exactly.
level or something.
I would cry.
Hold for auto spin. Oh wait, I don't want Facebook. Ah, no, let me go back. I want to be a guest.
Mm. Were you able to stop it?
I don't know.
I mean, I guess if you did you confirm it?
Yeah, I can.
Okay.
Oh, for the rewards.
No, no, no. I'm just asking if you had confirmed your Facebook or something, because otherwise they wouldn't let you like disconnect it. But if you didn't
Because
get to that,
I never logged on Facebook through my phone.
yeah, yeah,
I didn't have to worry.
yeah. Well, I think that even if you were logged on, you still have to like confirm it.
Yeah,
I just got a card called 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀.
fired frenemy.
Yeah, 𝗟𝗶𝗸𝘀.
Oh, fiery. Yeah.
Oh my god, I'm already at level 25 already. Hercules. Oh, he's cute.
I don't know. Is this game like new or old?
I have no idea. I guess you can
'Cause
tell by looking at the store.
I'm wondering if this game is like the target audience is like the older people who don't really play games, but they have phones and they still play
Pretty sure
phone
it's the
games.
older people, considering how many people I'm going up against are like
And
have connected
yeah,
their Facebooks and everything.
and they are the ones who actually use Facebook,
Yeah.
because Facebook apparently is devoid of the younguns. I don't know.
Shield 50. Wow. Okay. Now I just put it on the table and I let it rock. Ooh, Justy, you have some gold. Don't give me a bomb, don't give me a bomb, don't give me a bomb, don't give me a bomb. Nice. Wow, 15,000! The fuck? I mean, I guess, the multiplier is basically just like betting. It's like if you are willing to take the risk of putting all at one, if you do a good one, you have a good one times that,
Yeah,
so.
yeah.
But it feels like very low stakes betting by comparison.
I value my time more. I don't want to roll for the single ones.
Mm-hmm. Alright, go away. I said go away.
What? Jackpot. Got coins.
Hey! Toto! Toto ala
Ah,
Toto!
Tutu! Hello, Tutu!
Hello, Toto. How you doing, Toto?
Oh, I'm gonna
What?
attack Becky.
Wait, you can only do it if you do it through Facebook? Boo! What is this nonsense? Oh wait, maybe if I friend 𝗟𝗀𝗀. Oh, I can't. Just promote to co-leader or kick. The fuck? Good, good. We back in here.
Yeah, I destroyed Becky.
Yeah, fuck Becky.
Yeah.
No one liked her anyway.
Do you also get to fuck Becky too?
Oh, I guess it's, I don't know. Is Becky from Portugal?
I don't know. It's not a Portuguese name.
Yeah, that's true, but
Maybe it's just a tutorial.
I doubt it. I think it's actually a person. Tutu, we have a new sponsor that doesn't require all that much time. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge. What the hell? Holweg. Who? Usk, please identify where they're from. I feel like that's the type of name that you wouldn't recognize.
Should I be Demi-Do or should I be Echo?
It's up to you.
Oh, I can try the do.
Demi duh.
I wonder if these roles are scripted. The first ones.
I'm pretty sure the first ones are.
Oh, I'm gonna attack Paul. Paul's kingdom is already destroyed. So maybe I want to attack something that is not destroyed.
I still have yet to figure that out, whether it's like, do you want to hit
It
the
was
ones that
about
are less
the same.
destroyed, or do you want to, because I feel
I
like
don't really
the
know.
ones that are less destroyed are likely to be, to cost,
Oh,
to be worth more. Or,
he defended me,
yeah,
but the bullseye was blocked, so I didn't destroy him.
it's okay, he still got monies.
Is it like a random thing that happens, or
No, so if you look at mine, I have shields at the top, and through rolls you can get the, you can,
yeah?
sorry, Theo came over, so I'm like petting to see how his crew is doing.
Oh, I got the shield right now.
Yeah, and so basically, for 4 instances, or for however many shields you have active, you can block that many attacks. Yeah. Damn, Becky, look at her butt. Don't blame Becky, Blunder. She can't help it if she's hot.
I will totally destroy Linda's castle too.
Oh, so close to the 2,500. That would have been great.
Need to blow my nose.
Okay.
Ah,
Oh, Heidi. Concerned for you, Heidi.
damn! They really find the oldest people in Earth on Earth. I mean, oh no, Tutu is gonna get an ad. Tutu is no longer strong.
Yes, Blender. Always. Oh, Sky!
Oh,
Sky!
we got raided.
Sky!
Oh no, there's an ad in the moment.
I know, but they just came in, so they probably shouldn't get the ad.
Okay, nice. Oh, welcome, welcome. Floof is back.
Oh! Wait. I'm just kind of confused because she raided, but... Hey, Kichi.
Oh, thank you for the poke. But I'm gonna roll to see if you're poisoned. Oh, you rolled a 10. You're fine.
Get that? No. Guy.
Oh wait, that's a. It's Kichiro has poked 2 different days. Is that a new thing? Like, it's gonna increase the counter. We have a counter for Floof and for Demi. Sorry, we are busy.
Hello, Raiders. Doing good. Been partner pushing. Okay, welcome back, everyone.
Hey,
And
hello.
thank you again, Ricky, for the raid. And hello, all the raiders. I hope you hang out and chill with us.
Oh, did you see, guys? Floof is back. She's
I'm
right
back,
here.
boy. A week, October 1st to November 6th. Nice. I hope you guys
that
make the
Shin
most of
that
that. Indeed.
Is that the Shin we know?
Yeah, that's the Shin we know. It's a doggo! I don't want to destroy this doggo. Alright, now I can see you. Hi! Hello. Your ads must have been going on for a while. The range. Anyway. God, you can see. How's your partner push going? It seems like you got a good hunk of people. Good chunk. Good chunk. 24, 26. If you guys have not already, do not already follow Sky, suggest following Sky. And help Sky's. It's a ska. Sky's partner push. Not this fountain. It's been amazing. Saturday got rated by Big Tour Camilla. I don't know who Camilla is, but it sounds great. I'm glad that they rated you. Was it did they know about you already, or did someone like suggest you to suggest to Camilla for they to raid you? Words. Oh, very cool. Well, it's nice to know that just by like that she was even looking at recommendeds, you know. It's awesome. That must have been a real ego boost.
It's saying connect with Facebook. Save your progress. Wait.
It's misleading. It's misleading. You don't actually have to connect to Facebook. It still saves your progress.
Thank God.
Oh no. Yeah, Blender understands. Blender understands your VTuber speak. The rest of us are old fogies.
Is there any skill to this game?
Nope.
Oh.
Okay, let's go back to just chatting. And what was this? Whoa! 2.5k people, like, concurrently? Damn. Hi, Ozzy! Thank you for coming! That really sucks, though. Allergy attack? Ugh, I hate that. That was basically me when I came home. I had to, like, reacquaint myself with existing in my own house. Yeah, I've been well, Sky. Thank you so much for asking. I just got back from Italy. I'm a little jet lagged, but otherwise I'm good. That reminds me, did I take my meds? I don't know.
Did you take your meds? Also, hi Ozzy.
Yeah,
You
it
can
was
fish
amazing.
now.
We were
You
there
can
for
fish.
2 weeks for a very belated honeymoon. And it was extremely busy, but we had a lot of fun. Would recommend. I mean, it's possible that I just took my meds twice. Like, I did take them earlier, and then I took them again, so... If I die, you know why. Too much serotonin, I guess. I don't know.
No, you're not gonna die. You're just gonna suffer.
Oh, thanks. Well, if I have to suffer, so do you.
Oh. Wait,
Oh.
what does that mean? You get too much serotonin. Does that mean you're gonna be so hyper, or something like that?
My heart will just burst in 1,000 pieces.
I'm doing pretty good. Thank you for asking, Ozzy. I didn't want to interrupt a bit back, but I read what Mom's Blender said. No way, Camilla raided you. That's so cool. And I thought, wait, is that the game? Like someone called Camilla stole your
Wow.
coins? Then I read the upper part. Oh my god, so much people. And here I was, happy with just 100 people raiding me. I mean, it's still pretty
Just
good.
100 people.
Just 100 people. Oh, thank you, Ozzy, once again. I think it's tomorrow. Wait, which day? What day is it now? Oh, okay. So tomorrow I'm gonna have a D&D session. So I guess I'm missing the end of the stream, but basically I'm gonna have a D&D session and we're gonna reveal the art to the other people. My
Amazing.
God!
Oh
Yeah,
my
wait.
god. Okay. Let me make this full screen, and then I go here. Italy! Oh. Oh. Wait, hold on. I thought I took out all the pics with us in it. I need to... Like a stream for 11... What? Did you really? Did you not take any breaks at all?
Me?
No,
No, Sky.
Sky did 111 hours. Oh, right, you corrected to 11. Oh my god, I was like, I was genuinely speechless. My jaw was on the ground. I'm like, is that physically possible? Thank you
I
so
will just
much.
die.
Oh yeah, likewise.
Whoa,
Eat
that's an
something
amazing
yummy,
scene.
okay? You deserve it. Oh, bye, mine.
Hey, Fluff, you give pat to Sky.
I give you pet Sky.
I give pat.
So let me see. It's one of the first, because there's some things I didn't take as many pictures of because I'd already seen them, such as like the Pantheon. I started in okay, well that's not Pantheon. Like I spelled it wrong. That's why. I should probably move you as well. I'm gonna put you.
Hey, it's you.
Bless you. That was cute.
Thank you. Ah,
That's rare for you.
to have a cute sneeze.
Yeah. Or maybe it's just more your nose blowing that's less cute.
Perhaps.
Pantheon? But yeah, so let me see if I can bring this up on a different window. The husband has arrived.
That cat. You calm now?
He's always calm. It's Django who isn't calm. Ozzy, you should like get an air filter or something. How you doing, BB? Are you gonna eat your beans and rice?
What? You want to eat it?
Do you mind getting me some water, please? Por favor. Senor.
Wait, you
Allora.
come back from Italy and you speak Spanish?
No, they say senor and not senor. They say senor and senora or something. They said senor for male too. Okay, I don't know what to tell you.
Yeah. There's probably the male part, senhor, senhora, or something.
Yeah,
In Portuguese is senhor, senhora.
Huh.
So it must be something like
That sounds less cute. I'm doing a Italy recap. He's just staring blankly at the screen. Yeah,
You're forgetting the main thing.
main thing.
DC family.
I haven't even gotten to Florence yet. I just started in Rome. I have barely introduced the Pantheon. I didn't actually take as many pictures of the Pantheon because I've been there.
Pantheon was built later.
We're not. I'm giving a chronological thing of. Wait, what? No, the Pantheon was built before they even existed. Before they even had a twinkle, and they're like Roman times. Like everything was based off the Pantheon type of thing.
Pantheon wasn't for Christianity? No.
No, it was a pantheon. Pan as in all. Theon, it's like for all the gods because that's what.
Oh yeah, you're right.
Apparently, my
It's
husband
pagan.
also needs a recap on what the hell we learned.
Pagans.
Yeah, pagans, as in like the Olympians and stuff. And then they changed it into a church.
Yes, they always do.
Always do or always two?
Do.
Yeah.
What's going on with your heart?
That's my heartbeat.
That's it?
Yeah. Ah, stop!
Nothing happened to it.
It's because it's going by my Fitbit. It's not an immediate. It's not an immediate thing. I guess maybe that just made me more calm. Would you please put ice in it?
Please.
And please bring beans and rice.
No.
No? Please?
To get some for myself.
Like order?
No, I don't order food. I just go.
What do you mean you don't order food? The last 2 meals we've had have been ordered. This man.
I go and get the
Okay.
orders.
Okay, fine. I order it and then you pick it up. That's literally what happened yesterday.
Yeah, because I was busy.
Okay. Well, can you please bring me your beans and rice? I would like to continue with my the people are awaiting. I know I'm not muted, Ozzy. It's for the content.
Content. I say hi to Husby.
Demi says hi to Husby. He made this like weird hook motion with his hand. Okay, that's a lot sharper than the last one.
Yeah, it's a snake.
Okay, he's doing like a snake motion, like a snake that's attacking. I don't know why. I don't ask.
I'm being
I have
attacked by a
one,
snake. No. What is it?
You have a recommendation for me?
Yeah.
What?
It's called propaganda.
Okay, so how about you propaganda your way to get me some water and beans and rice, please? Okay. Anyway, so let me bring. So the first thing we did was this experience in Rome. But the Pantheon was one of the first things we saw. Okay, no. The Pantheon we saw on the first day. We had landed around 2 in the middle of the day. And we were like, oh, let's do something that isn't like on our itinerary. And so the Pantheon was one of them. It's now a church, but originally it was a place of worship for all the gods. Also, all these columns are single pieces of marble. Can you imagine bringing that elsewhere?
Yeah. Oh, is this the building where they made the pillars like thinner on top and somewhat curved to make the building seem taller and bigger than it actually is with less material? Like
I mean, I guess it's possible, but
you
I
see
don't.
from below, you see that how the thing is crooked in a way.
Yeah.
Maybe
I mean, I think it's probably just the angle that they took it, but these do have a curve to it, but I don't think it's necessarily because of that in particular. Although I'm sure that could be a concept that's used in multiple places. Thank you for the blink of breathe and the hydrate.
Oh, thank you. I need to do the same. And stretch.
Stretch. But
Oh, I hydrated and stretched at the same time. A while back.
Oh, well, a while back is... Huh?
It's a lot.
Not that much. Very light. Thank you. Unless you mean the ice, in which case, yes. Yeah, but the real claim to fame is the... It's a fourth of the size. There's a replica of the Pantheon. Oh, I see. So the real claim to fame is the dome, because it's created without any structural support. Like, obviously, when they first built it, it was, they had support to do it.
All in place, right?
But yeah, so it's all poured concrete, and obviously it's like heavier types of concrete at the bottom, but like the top is concrete with pumice, so it's a lot lighter weight. But the whole thing is standing.
What's the thickness of walls?
I don't remember.
6 meters.
Okay, the thickness of the walls are 6 meters. Allegedly.
Whoa.
I think at the top though, like around the oculus, which is the hole, it's closer to like it's just under 2 meters. But yeah, so this is who did a really famous
How old is it?
it was built since... Oh, wait. Actually, no, that was before. It was before Christ. So, 27 BC?
They have better
Between
concrete
27
than ours.
BC. Yeah, I mean... Well, so I learned this at the quarry later. Like, we have, in today's time, now have we've like recreated the Roman concrete, but also there's like more synthetic concrete or whatever that's used now that's just as strong, if not stronger, but it's just more expensive, so we don't use it. But yeah, so it was one of the like the thing with Rome is that it's always it's called a Roman lasagna because not only with like flooding and stuff, but like because they weren't very smart in terms of where they built. You would see lines on tops of buildings that just that thing looked bigger than normal. No, it's just me. Okay. Roman lasagna because, like, for example, we went to a church that was like, it was like 14th century, and then below that was another church that was significantly older, and then under that there was a Mithra school, so that's like a kind of ancient, like, secretive clan cult thing just for men. And then under that was a coin factory, and that was like super, super, super old. So everything is like lasagna because everything in Rome is like built on top of other things, or they tore things down or whatever. But one of the reasons why the Pantheon still existed was because it was then turned into a church, an active church that's still used today. And so that's one of the reasons why it didn't get destroyed.
Also a masterpiece, so it will be a shame to destroy it.
Yeah. Oh, it'd be a shame if something would happen to this. Who did I'm trying to remember who. I think it was... I don't want to say the wrong name. Brunelleschi. Filippo Brunelleschi. He was, among others, looked to the Pantheon. No. He is a very famous architect, but it wasn't him. Who the fuck did they... I can't remember who did the Rome. Dome. Welcome back from your hydrate. Architect. But like whenever likely... Oh no, okay, I was thinking, yeah. So Brunelleschi did the dome for the Duomo in Florence, which is a big cathedral, and he did kind of like a modern version of, but a much larger version of the dome, and he looked to this as inspiration. So there are a lot of times where we would look at more modern buildings that the Romans built and all that stuff, and there was very often references back to the Pantheon. Thank you for the book, and the remember check. What am I remembering? Or are you just clicking it to click it? I thought that my husband would have like a lot of rice and beans. It's not that much rice and beans. I'm sad. That day, do you remember? Was it September? I don't know the lyrics of the song, so. But yeah, so the Pantheon was the first thing we went to, and they have a very corny thing that I actually remember listening to when I saw the Pantheon with my parents way back when. This is the altar thingy. But like there's tombs of famous people. I think Raphael is buried here. Could be wrong. Raphael is a famous artist from...
Oh, the Ninja Turtle.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. I need to show you a picture later of someone's shirt. But anyway, what is it called? What is it called? Pantheon 𝗟𝗀. Fancy off. I don't know. But yeah, I also give I give, what's the word? Preface that not all of my information will be accurate. This is just based off my own memory of said stuff. But something that's really cool is that the dome, so it is completely open, for one.
Does it rain?
Yes, and so when it
in there?
rains, because of the way that the dome is, it basically will turn into mist.
Oh,
Like scientifically, like sometimes the rain will hit the bottom, but there are some very very, what's the word? First let me see how time. Okay. There's some very subtle or drainage holes that you can barely see. I wonder if this. No. Yeah, so it basically just looks like that. And there's some very subtle drainage holes, and also the floor is very slightly sloped inward, so the water won't go elsewhere.
mm-hmm.
I don't think I
Well,
changed
yes.
the title.
Oh, hello, Maki.
I changed the group, not the group, the category though. Um, but yeah, also the where the sun, I think, at a very maybe it's the solar solstice or something. This building was designed so that the sunlight would hit the entrance at a very specific time during this, like when the solar solstice would happen or something like that. It's very cool. And so it was only the center. Right now, if you go there, the center is like cordoned off. Let me see if I can, kind of like in this picture. Um, but they did that after COVID as a way to kind of keep it the flow. They like you have to walk in one direction.
Oh,
So to
yeah.
kind of like sometimes they'll open it up, but yeah, usually they have that there just for like health reasons.
So people don't cross paths facing each other, like face or something.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah. Influential building. Lots of dead people in there.
Voice.
Um. Oh, whoops. I closed one. Closed this one. Go back. Yeah. And then, one of the things we went to was the Galileo Museum, which, or maybe this isn't the Galileo. This is a different museum. But I just took some pictures of some random things I thought was interesting. And at the time, it was extremely hot. People don't believe in air conditioning in Europe, but yeah, we didn't have, like, the internet was very spotty, so I was gonna take a picture and then have it translated later. Excuse me, but then I realized that was unnecessary. But like, just especially when there's like details of like drawings or um drawings or like art. I took a picture of animals. You should. I also have my old one from like 2019. Pictures from then as well. This is in Florence. I took a lot of pictures of animals there as well. I thought that some of them might be relevant to kind of share with you guys, which is kind of funny. Anyway,
Yeah.
it's a very cute dog. Oh, this was one of my first meals. It was a bolognese with fresh pasta. Sorry, it's sideways. Oh, I forgot to take this out, but this is my mouse pad. People would like it. Um, And so, oh yeah, so for our first, so our first experience that we did was the Capuchin monks, which they actually pronounce differently, not Capuchin, but like Capuchin, like cappuccino. Because that's actually where cappuccino got its name, because there's the Capuchin. I spelled it wrong. Because Francis, or whoever the guy was that started it, like, he had like white hair. He had like the bald spot. That was kind of like where it started. Where friars, which are apparently different than monks, having like that spot on the top of their head, and so Capuchin monkeys and cappuccinos have a
But the
similar
first
look.
guy had a real bald spot, not by just age.
No, I think it was actual style, if you can call it that.
No, I'm not balding. It's just a style. Yeah. But they then have something covering it, right?
No, they would have a hood, but they wouldn't actually really wear the hood. I guess they wear a hood sometimes, but it's primarily known for not having a hood. And there are 3 knots in their belts, like for I think poverty, chastity, and one other thing I can't think of. But yeah, so warning for those who don't like bones and shit. We are going to go through the first experience we had, which were the crypts. And we first went through a little museum that was talking about the friars. But so we met outside and looked at this outside this funny looking fountain, which I had a little discussion with 𝗟𝗶ሔር about, because damn those nipples though, and also his face, like he doesn't have a face. So I don't know, it's just morphed into the thing. Anyway, okay, so the friars, their whole thing, Saint Francis, his whole shtick was about death and not being afraid of death, and they welcomed it, and they had no worldly possessions and all that stuff. So when they first started out, they would basically keep they had no, so they couldn't own land, but they were gifted land sometimes by wealthy people or whatever. But apparently gifted doesn't mean you get to keep it forever, because then like if that person died and then the land got moved to someone else, then they had to relocate. And so in order to do so, they also took all of the bodies of the previous friars that had passed, and this happened multiple times. So I think there's like, I want to say 8,000 bodies in these crypts. And it was only until they got to this final location, and I think it was given by a pope or something, like basically given by the city or the leader of Rome at the time. So it's like they wouldn't be moved elsewhere again. That they decided to start decorating with bones, and each room has its own meaning and stuff like that. And so, and the ones, like for example, these smaller bodies are children's bodies, because they were obviously a very religious sect, and so it was actually seen as a privilege to have your child buried with them. And these are like rich people who are doing this, not just like any old person. And like especially at first it looks very garish, and in many ways it is, but when you think about why they did it and the meaning behind what it meant to them, about how like death is not something to be afraid of. It kind of puts in a new light. There's some symbolism to the three, like I don't think it's like past, present, future. I think it's like something else, and I don't think it's Holy Trinity, but I can't remember what it is. But there is this like symbol here that it looks like a time hourglass
Mhm.
to symbolize that. Also, I'm sorry this is really delayed, but I'll share my screen with you so you can react in real time.
It's not much delayed.
You sure?
Like a few seconds, 2
Okay.
3 seconds.
Okay. Yeah, and also, okay, so in case you're wondering, they obviously don't do this anymore. And they're required by law that if one of these bones falls off or something, they're not allowed to put it back. So that's why you'll see blank spots in some places, because those are bones that have fallen off, and they're just attached by their original like nails and everything. And so if they fall off, they have to be buried. And yeah, so
Gotcha.
yeah, this like they kept good records, I think. So they think they theoretically like knew who everyone was, but then they're like, you know what, let's do something with this. So I was talking about the wealthy people's kids. So this is the daughter of a wealthy person, and they had her at the top, and this is the scythe is like death, like the Grim Reaper, but it actually symbolizes what a scythe's actual purpose is, which is like cutting wheat and like separating the wheat from the chaff, and just like the symbolism in that. And then she's also holding a scale. So like Judgment Day. Oh, we just got
I
some old
really do
guys.
like the symbolisms in all this.
Yeah, it's pretty intense. Some of them, most of these are not colored, but you'll see later that some of them were purposefully painted. And these are all the outfits you're seeing are their original outfits. And that's kind of interesting because they look like they're bowing now, but that's just because of time. They were originally like standing up straight. Um, but like just like look how intricate this shit is. Also, so this is the start of where I think it might be somewhere else, but like the beginning of like you see these two arms that are crossing. And I think it has something to do with like like more symbolism about death. And this is actually the start for like that pirate symbol, like the head and crossbones. But this is like the almost like the prototype before the thing that inspired that. But yeah, so this is I guess the skulls room. Oh, and they have some monks that are actually buried here, and it's using real dirt because you get put down back into the dirt.
And when was this built?
Let's see. I want to get you the exact answer. Puchin Crips.
Cappuccino crypts. You will bring your kids there. See, that's what happens when you drink too much coffee.
So it was around 1631. They brought 300 cartloads of deceased remains. I said it was 8,000, but apparently it's just under 4,000. Sometimes I get my numbers mixed up because they've been getting so many numbers thrown at me. But yeah, so these bones would be exhumed over and over again until they managed to, start here. So the first room was the Crypt of Resurrection, which I guess wasn't shown. The Mass Chapel. No, the Crypt of Skulls. That was the first one that I showed a picture of. And then the Crypt of Pelvises is, I guess, this one. Or maybe this is Skulls, like, still. This is Pelvises. And then leg bones, thigh bones, and then the skeletons. Yeah, definitely something to look into. It's pretty interesting. Oh yeah, some of them are, they don't really know how or why, but some of them are really well preserved. Like they still have skin. Or there's one I took a picture of that was, he still has like a tuft of like beard hair. It's this one. Just like,
Yeah.
that's his real hair. But these rooms are actually pretty small. I know the pictures might make them seem larger, but yeah, they used every piece. This was the time out the hourglass again. Were you gonna say something?
It's nice. Yeah,
Hmm.
I like particularly the arches with the femurs.
Hmm. Oh yeah, so you can see here, the skull and crossbones. So like it existed in this kind of capacity before it was utilized as like for pirates and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It's basically saying like um no one can beat death, I guess, or thing. I could have sworn there's one picture I took where it was a clock on a wall, which is more of the, you can't outrun time. But it's just then we left the crypts and we went to the our first lasagna church. And Mithra is a god that is like originates from India. I don't really know exactly their shtick, but I just knew it was kind of like Freemasons vibes of like only men, educated men, rich men could take part type of thing. Um, I didn't take a picture of everything apparently, but if I could remember, I don't remember what the name of the thing was, but it's like literally just centuries, like to the point where, oh right, so at the bottom there was the coin factory, and then the Mithra school, and then a basilica, um, and I think I want to say it was then there was built, the more modern church was built on top, but that was still like 14th century or something. There was a monk who could swear he heard water running, and no one else could hear it, and they just like thought he was crazy, and they told him like you can't drink any more wine, like that sort of thing, like to that extent. Um, but long story short, he did some excavating, and then he went deeper and down, and basically he found where the source of the water was, because they it was actually coming from underneath, like for example, like where there were old aqueducts that were connected there, particularly for the coin factory. So even though everyone thought he was crazy, he actually wasn't crazy, and there was something under there. And what's interesting is that I had to scroll back a little bit mentally, but so Demi, do you know the origins of barbarians?
I know that it comes from a word barbar, or something.
What do you think barbar
But
means?
does it just mean? mm, I don't know. I will guess it means something like invaders. No, maybe just the name of the people on the. I don't know. Maybe I'll let you say it. I know it was subverts subverts the what we would
It's
expect.
actually a lot more simple than you think. Knowing that, what do you think might be barbar?
Barbar. Oh, because they have beards.
Yep, it means beard. Barbar means beard. So basically, barbarians would be anyone who didn't speak Latin. At that point in time, they just called them barbarians. And Romans were very into being clean shaven, like having no body hair anywhere. So these people who had all this hair, it's like, oh, those were the hairy, the bearded people. And yeah, Frey, I got really lucky in terms of the weather. But yeah, so barbarians are bearded ones, and so technically, we're all barbarians. But yeah, also it's where the word barber comes from, like a men's hairstyle thingy,
Oh, the barbar. Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
I never thought of that.
Yeah.
Interesting.
Also something you should know is that materials for old buildings or something were often reused. Like if you can't really look at a piece of marble and be like, "Oh, how old is this?" Because marble was used and reused so many times for different purposes that's kind of hard to determine. Librarians to the Barber. Who's Barbara? I mean, I get it, but
That's like
also
a
why?
poem that is very interesting.
What's the poem that's very interesting?
Oh, I guess Usk just sent it to us.
Oh. Wait, let me make sure the...
Städtchen, da lebte ein Mädchen namens Barbara. Und diese Barbara war im ganzen Land für ihren abartig guten Rhabarberkuchen bekannt. Ja, man konnte sagen, dass Barbaras Rhabarberkuchen ohne Wenn und Aber gar eine geradezu magische Erfahrung war. Abracadabra, ja, dieser Kuchen war geradezu bombastisch. Und die Nachfrage danach erstarkte drastisch. Barbara eröffnete noch im selben Jahr eine Bar und nannte sie Barbaras Rhabarberbar. In der Stadt gab es auch ein paar Barbaren, die hatten von Barbaras Rhabarberbar erfahren. Und da sie fortan jeden Tag bei Barbara waren, nannte man sie bald die Rhabarbarbaren. In den Folgejahren ließen die Barbaren nach und nach ihr barbarisches
This guy is not who I would
Gebaren. Sie
expect to be
waren,
singing
behauptete
this.
Barbara fast noch sympathischer als Barbarpapa. Aber die Barbaren waren stark behaart und hatten alle einen struppigen Barbarenbart. Ja, nicht apart. Daraufhin schickte Barbara ihre Barbarenfreunde zum Barbarenbartbarbier. Der frisierte den Barbaren sogar den ganzen Kopf in seinem Barbarenbartbarbier. Barbershop, er war zwar ein fürchterlicher Laberkopf, aber der Bart war danach total tipptopp. Darauf luden die Barbaren ihren Bartbarbier fein nach getaner Arbeit noch in die Rhabarberbar ein. Da tranken sie dann gemeinsam an der Bar
I
noch
definitely need to
die
send this to my
Rhabarberbarbaren
husband.
und der Bartbarbier. Und aßen dazu bar jeder Barbarei ein Stück Rhabarberkuchen. Ich glaube, es waren 2. Ja, da wurden sogar ganz harte Männer nahbar. Und das alles dank Barbaras Rhabarber. 3 Barbaren und der Bartbarbier saßen eines Abends an der Bar bei einem Bier. Da kam die Polizei, ja, wo wart denn ihr? 3 Barbaren und der Bartbarbier.
I only had seen an animation.
13 million. Oh, it's only 10 months ago. Wow.
But it's older.
Oh, is it?
But I never watched this as a song.
Just amazing. I don't understand a thing, but I can't stop listening. Mood.
I wonder if it's a tongue twister or for them.
Oh, I'm sure. Yeah. Let me send this.
So I'm kind of stuck
Yeah.
in my game. Like I just got to the second kingdom and I already have nothing to do.
Uh-huh.
Is it normal?
Yeah.
Okay.
I mean,
Okay.
it was easier for me because like I bought a pack and I kind of just started snowballing, but I don't think that it's unusual. And if anything, it's kind of like, oh, you know, you get to live your life and not just play.
Yeah. They done it too soon.
Yeah. Um. Yeah. So this was my first encounter with the sacred bottle cap thing. At first, I thought it was like, was this an Italian thing? Is this a European thing? Well, obviously I know now, but and also we went to the place we were staying at was near this kind of new big new mall called Maximo. It had been built like 4 years prior, and they had a movie theater in there. And I thought it was a great idea to go see Joker, and the name of the movie is in French. So I was just like, oh, maybe it's just in English or whatever. Turns out the Italians are really into dubbing movies. It was in Italian. And it's also my first what do you call it? Uh my first introduction to movies having intermissions. Apparently they do this in like India as well, so my husband was like used to it. But these are normal, but I'm not used to intermissions in the middle of a movie, like in a movie theater. So it was kind of funny. And then so I took a picture of this guy because like right during the intermission was like maybe 10 minutes. There's this little guy, this little cart just coming through the door, just like just chilling. I thought it was cute. And then I took
So you watched a bad movie
yeah,
in Italian,
yeah,
and it had a pause in the middle of it.
yeah. At least the songs were in English, so. But yeah, so this is I took a screenshot of some of the um like the it says Palliser will have a house when you get out and your lawyer told you so. I don't want to believe it. She's expecting a child. What? You can do it too. Yes. And then after that, it just goes off the rails. Turn off the alarm at 6:15 on the girls' parody, my love. Hey Google, Sam Smith and Bad by Spotify. Like obviously that was not said. um, and then we went on a food tour. Did I not take pictures of the?
It's not yet the cheese factory.
Oh, the catacombs. Right. The reason why I don't have any pictures of the catacombs is because we weren't allowed to take pictures.
Gotcha.
Let's see.
The flashes could damage the things.
No.
No.
But let me try and get some visuals for you. Catacombs. Roma. I'm glad you think so, Frey. Okay, yeah, so that's all another thing. The catacombs are not the same as the crypts. They are often used interchangeably, but they're not the same. So crypts, especially for those of you who know or familiar with Minecraft, oftentimes the strategy that you do when you make mines is like you go down at an angle and then you go straight and then you make branches, and that's what they would do as well. And so a lot of the catacombs, actually, first Demi, my student of the day, what do you think the catacombs were used for and why?
I think I would say that both of them, crypts and catacombs, will be used to store bodies, but I would say that crypts are more.
Forget the crypts
Could
part. It's
also
just the catacombs.
Okay, so I think it's just an underground cemetery, perhaps.
And why did they need to exist, do you think?
Because on the cemeteries, if more people will die, they will just remove the bodies from there and move them to the catacombs. Like, is that the thing?
So, Rome is a city that has been constantly inhabited for the past 2,000 years. So, pagans, um, so that's like Olympians or anything else, and basically anyone who didn't believe in God, this one and only. Exactly. It was, but they all were fine with cremating their body, but um, Christians, they believe that Jesus is going to come back, so they felt it was important to preserve the body, so then they were ready to just kind of jump up whenever. And also it was just unsanitary to have dead bodies nearby, so these are always like kind of out on the outside of the cities and stuff like that. And so they would build these holes, and they would basically just cover the body in a shroud, so just like material like muslin or something, and just put them in there, and then they would cover up the hole with either terracotta or marble if they were like wealthy enough. And we saw this very funny plaque where it was like one was like an inscription done by someone who was a professional, and then underneath was someone who very clearly was not. And like I think that like the inscription they wrote like didn't even really make sense. Like they got like the year wrong or whatever, and then they're just like then they just drew a little apple, just like randomly. It's like the fuck. And it was just
I love that.
yeah. There was a lot of emphasis on the entire trip from like tour guides and stuff about how like Romans and all that stuff they were just like us, and they had all this like some of the morals were a little different, but for the most part, um, the way they thought and went about their life was very very similar. So early catacombs just took advantage of pre-existing mines or quarries, and it's only later when they had to expand them that they would let me see.
Like more.
Yeah, and it would typically follow the same um, pattern type thing as the old other ones. So, no, this is not the. So this isn't the one I went to because there's like a bunch of different ones like next to each other. Oh, there's an ad that starts in 22 seconds. So we're gonna take a short break and then we'll be back.
Oh, this is a good time for me to go get some
Go
food.
get some food. You have 3 minutes. Go.
Yeah, let's go. Whee!
So what do you guys think so far? Change story time to history time. Tia. Welcome back, everyone. I'm gonna wait till Demi comes back. But I found a map of the catacombs I was actually in. Also, my phone is dying. I just remembered I want to ask someone to send me some videos. Okay. Well, how's everyone doing? You hanging in there? No.
I'm here.
Welcome back.
Hello. Thank you.
Being quiet. Anyway, welcome back. So I found the map of the catacombs that I was at. And you can see that this, by the scale, this is 100 meters. So you can just see how big it is. And so everything in black is the first level, because basically it would be multiple levels and it would just keep going deeper. The red is the second level. And then they found, like, I think up to 5, but they haven't all been excavated yet. But just for reference, and we spent like at least 2 hours, there's all these catacombs, but the only ones that we even actually saw or had access to was like, was just like this tiny area. Because everything.
So, what's the oldest one?
I guess the oldest, you mean oldest catacombs or oldest level?
I mean, I guess it's basically the same question. I don't know. Like,
The oldest
which one
catacombs
was
are
built?
probably other not the one that I was looking at, but in terms of oldest level, it would be like, you know, the first level, and then they go deeper as they needed them.
Oh, gotcha.
And so so not a lot of them would have like frescoes and stuff. It was very narrow. And the holes themselves are rather quite small, but then you have to also remember that Italians were quite small, especially back then. And yeah, so if you had a family, it wouldn't be like a, you know, and you were well off enough, it wouldn't be surprising to have a, what they call, I think they call them like dove something, dove hole, dove box, I don't know.
Yeah.
And so they would have multiple families in there, and some size for
Multiple
reference.
family members.
Yeah. And if you were really rich, you would have what they would call, which basically translates to cubicle. So it's basically a small square room that would have catacombs like lining the walls, and that would be for like a rich family or something. It's very easy to get lost in these. And also, so what the material that this is made of is basically compressed volcanic ash, which is called tufa. So initially it's very soft and like easily carvable, but like the moment that it touches air, it becomes very, very hard. So you see a lot of tufa being used all over Rome and Italy and stuff.
Oh, that's interesting.
Yeah. And so some of the tunnels we went through, which are like this one, these were like the original tunnels that were there, and you can see the original like frescoes. Like I think that where is it? Just looking at it. There's a fresco that's like the oldest, it's like of the Last Supper. This one. Second. So this is the oldest. I don't know if they were saying like in like Western Europe or Eastern Europe or whatever Europe, but it's like one of the oldest depictions of the Last Supper, like as a fresco type of thing. Which is pretty cool.
Indeed.
But yeah, also we learned a lot about like how the first Christians were very different from, and there's like a lot of myths about like Christianity and stuff. For example, like in Roman times, they were pretty like Rome, they did a lot of assimilation. So they would conquer all these places, and then they would basically have them assimilate. They would take little bits and pieces from those areas and, you know, use them to their best ability, whatever. But it's not like people would all be forced to speak Latin. They would speak their own languages and whatnot. Somehow they made it work until it was stretched too thin, and then everything collapsed. But what was I going for? Oh, right. So naturally, there would be a lot of religions, and so Rome was not strict about, you know, what religion you were, as long as you like, you know, didn't bother people, blah blah blah. And so when people think about the early prosecution of Christians, it wasn't being Christian so much as the things, the actions that a Christian might take that was punished. And it wasn't it was mostly like a political thing. It wasn't necessarily because Christians themselves were seen as bad. It was just like they were kind of like the scapegoats, and you know, I think there's something about like the Jews had like, you know, kind of, even though they also believed in the same God, there's some like oh, right. So the Christians, they would be always trying to convert other people, and the Jews did not. So back then, they're like, okay, well, we don't have to worry about the Jews, influencing people, because most of the people who became Christians in the early times were poor people or slaves, because they were the ones who needed to, like there was a miracle that happened. They they're desperate to find anything positive in life that they could kind of like lean onto. And so Christianity became very appealing. And so a lot of it was, as Christianity grew, a lot of it was that they didn't, it was like a power issue, power struggle type of thing. Thanks for the Lord Ozzy.
I'm trying to find a video that I watched recently about this.
Yeah, but like the first Christians were not the same as like the Christians today. Like there's obviously roots, but it was like, for example, if you chose to, I'm just making something out because I can't remember exactly, but like let's say you chose to say certain prayers in a certain place or whatever, that was the thing that was punishable, not just being Christian by yourself. So understandably, that can be then construed to be like, oh, just being Christian is bad. But it was that they're using legal actions to be like, just like keep it, hush, don't make into a big deal. And also one thing that early Romans or early Christian Romans would do, because they had to be like secretive, is that they would draw a fish in the sand with their foot, and that would basically tell like a newcomer like, oh, there are Christians here. And so that's one of the reasons why the symbol of the fish became very also because Jesus just made fish appear in one of his miracles and stuff. So that's one of the reasons why fish are so important.
I never seen that symbol or never recognized it as something important. Check it.
So you can see here, like
Oh, it's a fish like. Okay.
yeah, but you there are a lot of symbols that you end up seeing all over the place, but yeah, so it says here like the Greek word for fish is 𝗟𝗶ＨIs, which I guess is what this says. One of the oldest Christian symbols is the fish. It was used by Christians to identify themselves and each other, often in times of persecution. It's often found in the Roman catacombs, a secret meeting place during the time when the Christians were persecuted by their faith for the Romans. Oh, so that was one thing, is that people would say, oh, when they're being persecuted, they would live in the catacombs. That is not true. Because not only the catacombs that we visited were like cleaned out and like all like there's no debris or bugs or dead bodies and whatever, but like it would have been extremely hard for them to breathe. So there's no way that they could have physically actually stayed under there. Like maybe they used it like as a meeting place, I guess, or whatever, but the myth of them staying in the catacombs to avoid persecution is incorrect. So our tour guide was a art history professor, but also she actually actively has been working in these catacombs before, and she was saying like one of the craziest things was finding like 30 to 40-year-old bodies that were still like decomposing, like people got lost because there were these mine shafts that would be used not only for light but for ventilation. So people would just kind of like go down there, do whatever they need to do, or that's how they get bodies down and stuff like that. It's not like there's just like one big entrance that they would just always use, because can you imagine trying to get to one that was like miles away? It just wouldn't make any sense. But yeah, what were you saying?
Oh, I don't remember. I know that I said it, and that was done. Not the question. Sorry.
No, you're good. But yeah, cause like I didn't necessarily know that much about early Christianity. I mean, I know I'm familiar, being an American, I'm familiar with the Bible. My husband is not. He really doesn't know any of the stories and stuff like that because, reading the Bible or knowing about it wasn't really part of his culture. So it was kind of interesting, but also like, okay, now I had to go out of my way to explain specific stories of the Bible for this to like make sense. But yeah, so so yeah, that it is false that they used that as place to avoid
It's
persecution.
always very interesting.
Yeah.
Thank you for the history lesson, Floop.
You're welcome. Oh, apparently this is a really big area because there's like the church on top, which is on top of the catacombs, is one of the entrances. So you had to go through here before you get in, and this is apparently a really big place for German pilgrims. No problem, Tutu. If anyone has any questions, obviously, like, do my best to answer. But yeah, so there was actually people who had come in when we were there to do prayers and shit.
Tour guide Mammy.
Oh yeah, there's this one. It's I can't remember the exact dates, but it was this particular hallway, like you could see the comparison of one the like original wall and then the wall that was built to support the church above, I think, like that. So it was basically like seeing like direct history like across from each other, which is kind of crazy. But yeah, I think that's kind of the gist of talking about that stuff. Yeah, and I went. So this was just like I saw this dog in a random restaurant, and the guy was yelling at because he was like, like you had to buy something, you had to buy something, but he was saying it like in Italian, and he was very insistent, like could not use the bathroom without Fox. It's like, oh, my husband will, I think my husband was getting like upset because he's like, why is he so pushy? But yeah, at this point we were on a food tour, and so this was I think it's called like a Fiore or something. But basically it's kind of like a bakery, but instead of sweets, it's like bread. But there are a crap ton of pastries places. They're like, they love their sweets. Like every morning they're having a cappuccino and they're having like croissants and shit. All very sweet things. It was a little hard to get used to. But yeah, I took a couple pictures of some pretty
is it
streets.
croissant a bit weird to have in the morning?
No.
I mean, I guess it depends if you have stuff inside.
Every single cafe or whatever will have croissants. And a lot of times they have plain ones, but they also oftentimes have pistachio, hazelnut, and like maybe one other one. They always have more croissants than they have anything else. Oops. So yeah, let me see the thing. So we had the crypts, then the catacombs, then the food tour, and then this one was kind of a hidden gem because it's a quarry, a Roman quarry. And our tour guide was a freelance archaeologist who actually worked in that area. And basically the reason why they were doing the tours was to help fund the excavation they were doing. So we actually went to an active archaeological site, and it was very intense. Apparently this is a farmhouse, very loud, like fancy looking farmhouse in my opinion. Oh, and then I had a few attempts of trying to take pictures of these
burp.
crows.
A burp.
Yeah, burp. So this was the entrance to the quarry, and it was funny because he's just this little Italian guy named Giuseppe, and we walked in, and he's like, there's like this like a what do you call it? Alexa on the wall. He's like, Alexa, tour. It's just like very like unexpected. So everything else is very like rudimentary. But yeah, so these are recreations of the tools that they would actually use. And there's a lot of Halloween decorations, so that's why you kind of see random stuff. Yeah, so after it so for a long time, like once it was not used as mines anymore, it was used for mushroom farming because the environment was just like perfect for that. Like this certain amount of humidity and all that stuff.
I like that.
Yeah, so I thought of you a lot during this tour. So this is like maybe I want to say the 40s or the 50s or something. But there was a lot of leftover things. Like these are actual bottles that were there when they found this area. And like there's this big marble table right here. I think that they basically like all this stuff is original, but they may have like arranged it a little bit to actually look like what it may have looked like. But it was just cool because like so you see like an old refrigerator that were used by the
There was a statue over there on the other image.
Oh yeah. I'll show you in a second. But yeah, it's cool, like this is a little piece of history. But yeah, so apparently these are all fake, these plants, but they tried to do it in like make real plants like grow, but I think that it was wasn't working out, like mold or something. And so there's these little snakes, and my husband was like, "Are those real?" And I'm like, "Those are not real." But there were some real goldfish in there. Did I take a picture?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. They are basically trying to because there were like natural elements in there, and so they were trying to kind of bring it back with limited success, I guess. I don't remember the details. But yeah, so when in the beginning of the quarry there was lights, but for the most part it was just we had our headlights and like an extra little like travel light flashlight thing. That's it. It was just complete darkness. So this is in the beginning, and you can see the direction of where they mined. So the picks were kind of going in this curved direction.
Yeah.
So they were going.
And there is like a red hue light all around the mine, and you are covering it. That's why there's a different color.
So it's a good question. So the people who were doing the mushrooms, they applied lime, a layer of lime all over the parts of the quarry that they were working on because not only for insulation purposes and whatnot, but also to prevent this tufa from interacting with the mushrooms and that sort of thing. So when you would see this kind of like covering that was applied by in the mushroom era, as I like to call it. There's Giuseppe, and a not very flattering picture of Giuseppe there.
Is that the guy?
Yeah. But it's just, it's so what's interesting is like they would go down and like, they would start from the top, or I guess like imagine they make a diagonal hole and then they would dig down. So as tall as this is, it started out like, like this was like the floor, and they slowly dug their way down as needed. So it's really tall, but it didn't start tall. Okay. And it wasn't that they went up, but they went down.
Makes sense. Otherwise, it will be really hard to use a pickaxe on the ceiling.
Perhaps. And this is just a really old bike from the mushroom era.
Oh, so it's more recent than I expected,
Yeah.
I suppose.
This is an example of where the lime fell off, and that's exposing the brick. Not brick, the
Oh,
stone underneath. Oh,
I see.
I have a video for some reason. These are the old torches that they were used in the mushroom era. But like every time you see the pickaxe markings, those are, you know, original.
Uh-huh. How did they do the floor? It's,
Um,
maybe it has like dirt on them, like
yeah, there's
so it's
like
more.
dirt, but it basically just developed because that's just where they chose to stop digging. And it was pretty. It's not the people who the archaeologists didn't really do anything to it. It's pretty much as you expect it to be. Also, a lot of times you see like wires on the ceiling, and those are from the mushroom era days. So this was, I think, one of the things that we found or that they mentioned was that when they were digging through these quarries, they found the like tail end of a catacomb. And so it was one that's connected to a much bigger one, but because like things had collapsed or whatever, um, I think that's what he was showing. But like, look how
Oh,
spooky that looks. Also, you see this kind of indent here.
yeah.
This is what would be just like a rudimentary bench. So as you see things like this going up, they're digging farther down, and then they would remake another bench for people to rest on
Gotcha.
as needed. But it's kind of interesting. You can see
Yeah,
how where it was.
I love it.
And so like this, um, like bricked up thing or whatever. This was from the mushroom era. They just to control the humidity and all that stuff.
There is no more mushrooms growing.
No, but if they did, they said that they tried.
Oh, no.
Like if they did try, it would be very easy to do so. Um,
A floor appears.
yeah, but it's like only in this type of circumstance when you have a guide like telling you everything, whatever, that you would want to take a video of a wall. But I took a video because I knew you guys would be interested. Because he was talking about how the tufa is really hard. This is the line that was sprayed on. But I think it. That I think I have another. Oh yeah, so you can see different materials in um in the rock itself. Like there's some uh like iron or like calcium or like, you know, different elements and stuff. You could find them in the rock themselves, which is pretty cool. Um, and these are some of the wires I was talking about. At this point, there's no electricity at all, and so these wires are the ones that were used in the mushroom era.
How many people were there with you guys exploring?
It's just us.
Oh, so that was your husband? over
Yeah.
there?
Don't look too closely. Just kidding. But yeah, and I took a lot of pictures because I'm like, I found it very inspiring. It kind of gave me like I've never played the like back, what do they call it? Not back doors, the back rooms. I've never played that kind of stuff, but I could imagine this being like a really great setting for a horror game. And I have more pictures of it like down the line that I'll show you guys.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
But this is an example of, you know, this is like a normal size, normal
Yeah.
height seat, but then there's like one up here.
This is totally unlocking ideas for my D&D campaign,
Nice.
and even two different caves connected somehow, like a secret way to go to a certain place. It will be
Mm-hmm.
quite cool.
So it's like, and all of this, it was important to keep like the vaulted ceiling because like that's how nature supports it. So it's like you have to kind of remember to do it in the same way. Because my husband was like, why don't they just make like a big hole, like just a big gallery? I'm like, you do realize that it would just collapse, right? So
Yeah. Little company new dungeon.
and so this was a replica of the kind of lamps that they would use. Um,
Oh, they have like the oil there? Or...
yeah, but I think that originally because oil was like expensive, they used something else, but now this was just using oil or some kind of like cheap type of thing. And so this black mark is real, and it's
Oh, it's from a flame.
yeah. So this is just like, you know, a really old mark of like a flame that had been, you know, scorching it for forever. But this was an example of the type of thing that they would have, and they just have a bunch of them just like all over the place. Uh oh yeah, this was
Oh.
when we walked into this is the active excavation um part where this had been bricked off by the mushroom people, and it
But
is this a
opened
video?
again.
Yeah. Okay, so this is sideways, unfortunately. Just turn your head. But this was the catacombs that they found,
Uh-huh.
and you can see all that white stuff is basically like mold and moisture and stuff. And
Lick it, Fluff. Lick it.
no,
I dare you.
but like you look how small that is.
Yeah. I mean, maybe people get smaller when they shrink a little bit when they get dead.
Yeah, but also they're just short.
I don't know.
This is when he showed us like the most recent. It was one of the quote unquote cubicles. Oh yeah, this was really cool. So this is a shaft um that would
Oh.
go to the surface, and so I think I have a picture of it later, but like
So the
these are
catacombs had a shaft?
well, all the catacombs had shafts, but this was a particular one, and I think they you can all this white part is just like water that had like dribbled down and left a mark on the stone, but you can kind of see it on the side here that these are tree roots that are trying to find ground. But it looked
What were those? What were the shafts used for? Just transporting bodies or something?
for ventilation and transporting and just an easier way to get down and up as necessary, moving
Mhm.
materials and whatnot. So
Gotcha.
um yeah, sunlight, ventilation. Yeah, I assume you guys can't hear the video, so yeah, so it's just that'd be a family area. But like, look at this. This is so cool.
Oh, the trees. What?
I think this is a video. It looks like it's loading. That was you know, real marble that was used to cover up the holes. Oh, some bones.
Feels
Some,
like such a huge work for like a dozen people in
yeah,
there, you know?
yeah. Some real bones.
I mean, we don't have as many people being born and dying as today, right?
Yeah. Keys. Oh yeah, so these this plastic, as are from the mushroom days. So it kind of
Oh,
looks like, oh,
so
they put that there for whatever, but these are all, it's all natural. Not natural, but like this is all historically, they didn't touch it.
gotcha.
Talking about the lime here. They sprayed it and stuff. Uh, this was, I think this was the evidence of stairs, like Roman stairs, that it based off the structure of it, and I think they're maybe spiral or something like that. There's something very specific about the structure that let them know, like, okay, these are like ancient stairs. These are steps or stairs that were used before Mushroom Time, like when it was actually used as a quarry. Another holes.
Holes everywhere,
Yeah.
and I suppose there was like wood to support like people for people to walk on, or
Uh.
was it like as it is? Because I feel like it. How do you even get up there?
Oh. Yeah, they probably had something, but like this right here might be a collapsed wall rather than intentional. I don't know.
Mhm.
But like this part right here is definitely a collapsed wall. Like you can see remnants of where catacombs were starting to be made. But they're just like sprayed over. But there's a wall here that collapsed, and that's how they found more of it. And so for a while, I was like, "What are these things?" They're like little metal pieces that had like nuts, and they were just like lining the wall. And I'm like, what are those for? And because they didn't have the plastic on the ones I was looking at. But then later, he showed me like, oh, this is like how they would like pin it to the wall. I'm like, ah, okay, that makes more sense. Apparently, I thought it warranted a video. Not sure why though.
Just like my mom
What?
suddenly making a video by mistake.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so now we're getting to mushroom
Boomer
territory.
proof.
So these are where they grew the mushrooms in these
Oh,
bags, which
oh,
are actually it's actually quite similar to how we grow mushrooms today.
there is no mushrooms growing.
No, there are no mushrooms there right now. But they did do like, little experiments where if they, planted mushrooms again, they they would grow very well. So it's like the environment for mushrooms is still perfect, basically. And then there's some more like collapsed walls and stuff. Like someone was saying this about something else, but like they were saying about the catacombs by the way we're able to walk around and stuff. But this would never fly in America. Like the liability issues would be crazy. And like what we're doing right here, like me and my husband, there's no way you'd be able to do this in like the States. Just be able to like walk through all of this. Like it's not like it's you know uh I mean it's safe, but it's not like it's like, the unknown kind of.
Yeah, I get it. Yeah, yeah, yeah.
This was a conveyor belt from the mushroom days.
Oh,
and they would take the mushrooms and they clean them, and then send them downwards. So, it's actually like intentionally angled, like the legs are long here and short here. Also, ye old ventilation fan. You can actually see outside. Hey, Racing, how you doing?
Hello, Racing Mackerel. Oh, I was thinking of you. I was thinking about these catacombs and stuff that Luffy is showing us. And I was thinking of Hunt Showdown and how it would be nice to have like the old stuff with the new stuff, like merged dungeons. Yeah, I don't know. Also for my D&D campaign.
The fabled D&D campaign. But yeah,
Racing Mackerel was there.
I think this is where I started taking pictures of like creepy hallways. And I was like walking, I was like behind them, so that's probably why these are kind of shaky. It was also really dark. But like you just like look at these, imagine like you're imagine like there's a story maybe like where you are like an ow. Hit my knee. You are an archaeologist and you're just exploring there and you just hear like sounds and stuff like that. Like one of those types of things, but like I don't know. It kind of reminds me a bit of like, you know, Slender Man, but like deeper, you know, like with a little bit more depth. But just the idea that it's just like it's so easy to like get lost. And like they were like in the beginning, there are parts where they did have like arrows, like the archaeologists they like put arrows so they could, you know, orient themselves. But like I feel like you can like incorporate that into like a game or something. Except that it's like everything is like kind of has a basis in reality, except for I guess maybe the monsters or whatever. Mushroom creature.
Imagine if in the game the map is always the same, but there's arrows to guide you, but the arrows change every time, and you get lost because the game is tricking you.
No.
It's quite nice.
But yeah, so it's basically it's in a park. Like imagine I'd say Prospect Park because Prospect Park is more natural looking than Central Park, but it's just like a huge park. And so this was the entrance to it, so the hole was at the bottom. But I guess I took less pictures than I thought of these creepy holes, but I just remember in the moment they were just very like, yes, like this would be so cool. Like look at all like how deep it goes and it's kind of all over the place. Also, like this picture, like I think it was just reflecting because there's some like reflector things, but like in this picture, it looks like it could just be like some creature's eyes or something.
That's a hellhound from Antulon.
Oh, and then me attempting to take pictures of birds again. Oh, and then we were with another archaeologist, and we were looking at the Roman Forum and the Colosseum. And they have excavated a lot more since I had been here years ago. So it's kind of, you know, there's even more to say, you know, which is pretty cool. And so the white are stuff that was like all this. There's like bricks here. Those are all like okay, I guess this white plaster stuff is modern restoration of like, oh, this is what it would have looked like. The bricks are older restoration. And
what
then
about the concrete parts or
those are original.
parts? Those are the original, and the bricks are like there to
support them.
to complete.
Yeah, because
so
those
it's
pieces
like
are missing.
reconstruction.
Yeah.
Yeah. That's kind of cool. Oh, they must be massive. The pillars, no?
I mean, they're
Oh, that's
normal
cool.
sized pillar. They look even bigger because of the like these people are far away, but it looks like oh, like this could be giant.
And it's because of the I was thinking more of the bricks. They
Yeah,
look quite kind of small.
no, the style of brick is very thin, so uh this is the altar of fatherhood.
Oh my god.
I think this was maybe made this by the guy who united Italy. Italy is actually younger as a country than America is. I was
Oh,
like,
really?
I took this picture. Yeah, I took this picture because I was like, wow, I can see the features of this man from like all the way across the way. Um, yeah, I guess I didn't take as many pictures, but I always thought that the forum was just like open space, but then I realized through like, talking with her, she was just talking a mile a minute, but she was so chock full of information. But they did have ceilings. So it was always covered day or night, but like um when you see images of
Oh,
what it could look like, they're usually
are there no paintings or
opens
anything?
like this. Like this is how I imagined it. And
Oh,
but I think there are parts that are like this, but there are plenty of parts that are actually covered, but because I'm so used to seeing images like this, I just assume they're all just like open. But a lot of them were more covered than I thought. So,
I wonder why people didn't preserve them.
oh god, I zoomed in on the poor guy. Um, these are real ceiling pieces.
Oh, wow.
Like, look how intricate it is. Oh, also, I forgot to mention that, um, all, like, Greek statues and stuff like that, or just, like, I guess Roman statues, really. Or maybe not, I'm trying not to mix it up. So, like, Greek statues, like, start from, the things from the earlier eras were all painted. Everything in Rome was super, super colorful. And it's only people's like during the Renaissance, yeah, it was during the Renaissance they looked back at Roman sculptures and saw, oh, they're white. But that's just because the paint wore away or the
Yeah, I've
material
heard
wore
that
away.
before.
Yeah, so they're actually pretty let's see, painted. They're in New York, they had a sculpture. They had a uh exhibition where they recreated and showed what they could have looked like.
Being painted kind of makes it look cheap.
Yeah, but like that's because it's like that's um yeah, like we think it looks just like very garish. It's just like that's why would you want to do that? But yeah, so it's like in the Renaissance, all this was gone, so they thought that the Romans did this on purpose, like oh, it's purity and like all that stuff, but it really wasn't that at all, which is kind of crazy. Uh, I don't know about this one,
It's like AI.
but yeah, they everything was very bright and colorful. Like so that includes the ceiling. Everything was colored. Everything was painted. Um and there was something about I think these were all shops and this would be covered. Um but there's something about this floor. I think maybe stone from this floor was taken out and used in other like more famous buildings and stuff. So repurposed, because like by the time the popes came around, they hated anything Roman. They wanted to get rid of it. They were like, this doesn't exist. Like, I'm just gonna retake this stuff. Oh yeah, I'm kind of getting ahead of myself. But yeah, and so I think a lot of the stuff that they've uncovered in recent years, it was started with like Mussolini created a road just like smack in the center to do ego things, and in doing so they found a lot of ruins, and so he was one of the ones that started the excavation of the Roman forums to begin with. So they've uncovered all this stuff, and it started in Mussolini's day, and he was the one who started the kind of more like we should conserve this stuff. And so around this whole area, I mean, there is the big road that he made, but also there are just a lot of like glass walls where you can see, from above you can see this stuff. Oh, I'm so glad, Frank. I hope I'm not distracting you from work too much.
I hope you are.
But yeah, so these columns are original. They have these bands here, obviously, to keep them more intact. But just like, look at all this brick. This is all reconstructed. And so for some of them, like the earlier ones I was showing you, there are pieces that are just kind of like randomly there. I'm like, how the hell would they know that it goes there? And it's just like, well, just a lot of very slow and just knowing how the structure of the things would. This is the most likely place where it'd be, that sort of thing.
Do you think they will carve stuff before placing them?
It's a good question. It's hard to say, really. Because they're so meticulous with measurements and stuff like that, I could see either being done. Probably, if I had to guess, they carved it and then put it on. So...
Yeah, I think so. It will work. Yeah.
So, there in Rome, there are the 5 hills. And one of the more important ones was the Palatine Hill, which is this one right here. And so imagine, this is only like the base. Imagine there was a huge palace, like really, really big, really, really tall. All the kings lived here. And of course, over time they would expand because one always wants to be bigger than the other. But, it doesn't exist anymore because that was like one of the things. There's just like the popes are like across the way, they look over and they just see this eyesore that reminds them of the Romans and pagans, and like they're like, fuck that. So
yeah. And maybe they think, oh, there's a lot of building materials over there to
exactly.
build other buildings.
So which goes into some interesting things. So this wall right here didn't look like this. This was, you can just imagine this whole thing was covered in marble. And a lot of the reason why there are these carved out things was because while they didn't need to have like brass to support the stuff, it was kind of like an extra insurance. But like barbarians and other invaders later on would dig into the stone to get that brass out, and then or bronze or whatever it was, and then melt it down and do whatever they wanted. But this is why it looks so pitted and stuff, not because of like age, but because people were taking the materials out.
Gotcha.
Oh, so these are the same. Well, 2 things. One, you can see there's a slight indent here. And those were caused by carts. And so that's how they know that this is the original road. So like, this is the road that Julius Caesar walked down. But it wasn't cobbled. It was paved. It was like flat. But over time, it broke these things into little pieces, but they can still see the remains of where like a cart would go over and over and over again to the point where it started carving away on the stone. So like this is a better view of, you can see all that.
Yeah, that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Ad break starts in a minute. Different angle.
I've only heard a lot about this kind of stuff, but never was actually there, and it feels more real being told from you.
Oh my god. So more real feeling.
Oh, I love those patterns. Yeah.
So I'll there's like a story behind this one, but I'll get back to it when the break is done.
Go make your pee pee poo poos and return.
But like it's just so amazing. Like you can see all the little chisel marks. And then when you think of like sculptures that are completely smooth, I took some pictures of it with like Michelangelo's stuff. No, it wasn't. It was I think it was yeah. But just like the amount of control that it took to like do big chunks and then smaller and then smaller, and tiny, 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 tiny. It's amazing.
Indeed.
Don't forget to hydrate.
Do I need to?
Yes,
Why? But no one's redeeming.
I said so.
Mm. I'll drink because I want to. All right. I'll drink this one because I'm thirsty. It's not because someone's telling me. All right. All right.
All right. Huh? Whatever keeps your knickers on.
Whatever keeps me moist.
I don't know about that.
Welcome back, Floof.
Oh, thank you. Oops.
This game is kinda slow. I can't force my way to the other kingdoms. It's a bit harder to progress. I need to control myself and wait 10 hours between playthroughs or play something.
It's kind of weird for me because I haven't been experiencing that. Like, I did spend like the $7, but like it shouldn't make that much of a difference. But there may be some things where like just the timing of certain events like worked in my favor or something. I don't know.
No, I can also not. It's also impossible for me to open the piggy bank or without paying.
I like based on how they worded it, it didn't make it sound like it was like, for example, my cat game where if you do it, it will hold more over time. So because it didn't say that, I'm like, I have no interest in doing that. But also the piggy bank compared to other packages and stuff just doesn't seem as worth it to me.
I still can't join your guild. I need to reach the 4th level, and I'm still doing the second. Just started the one. Feels like yeah, it's gonna take longer. We have 30 days.
Yeah.
Okay.
I
Well,
started it yesterday though, so maybe 29 if you want to be specific about it.
I was hoping I could get it done in like 3 days, like the other one. But I guess I gonna be having to go slow and steady.
Welcome back, everyone.
Yeah, welcome back.
Okay, so this was a church, and this church was just a kind. Hey, Sussy. Sussy, welcome,
Hello,
Reverb
Sushi.
voice. I brought it back. I can tell this story epically. Let me turn on my timer so I know how long I'm doing this for.
Now you got to talk that way. You do when you do the voice, you know?
I know.
Yeah.
So, this was a church that was found, and it's a good example of the Roman lasagna. And so right here, where this line is where the church had actually. This was the ground when they found this, and this was during the time where. Wait, actually, Demi, take a guess as to what these scratch marks are. Church of Demi, no. Hello, freestyle. Hello. Yeah, Demi, take a guess as to what these marks are for.
The stone is still
Carlos.
one piece.
Huh?
Is the stone still one piece?
Yes.
Uh,
So considering that they're one piece and the ground level was up to here. So what they were seeing was this.
huh. I wonder.
Oh, Sophie.
Feels like the lines are kind of slanted.
Mm-hmm.
You know.
Does that remind you of anything?
What are those lines made of? Are they carved into the stone?
Kind of. How are you doing, Sophie? And Tristar, how are you doing?
Oh,
I'm back.
I have no idea. It reminds me of what?
So as a reminder, this is when this was built, the second part here in the back, that was built during the Pope's era. So they see these columns, and what do you think they think? This is like, I just moved it up, so it's like, this is what they see.
They think, oh, let's build around it or inside it, right? But what do
What
the
do
lines
columns
mean?
represent? What game are you playing? It's a giant
Peepees.
from meaning. Peepees?
They are giant peepees.
No.
Yeah. No, wait. So then.
Yeah, I should have done the reverb during the catacombs.
So wait. So are those? Do they mean like, as if it was the face of people? Like.
You're overthinking it. Who had columns?
Who had columns? Like the Greeks.
The Romans. Yes,
Romans?
the Greeks, but in this place, the Romans. And what did the Romans remind the Pope of?
Oh, that they crucified Christ.
Pagans.
The what?
Pagans.
Pagans.
And they don't
So
like
what
pagans.
So they just cut into the stone for no reason?
So they tried to cut into the column to break it, but the column was too thick, so they failed.
Oh, but they tried not on. They tried at 4 of them at same time.
At least four. There's some over here. There's some marks over here. And like they tried multiple times in multiple ways to get these columns, But it's like trying to uproot a tree that's deeply rooted. They didn't even know how. They thought this was the height of the columns. They didn't realize that there was more. And so they're like, well, fuck it. Also, Devo means divine. And so the person who made it, like, blah, 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 and then his wife died, so they added her name too. No, Sussy, it did not exist then. Well, yeah, so they, I think there are parts of like a church, but they basically, they built this door, they made the church, and then later they realized, wait a minute, there's more underneath. And so this brown door, this door under here is the original.
What about the stairs? They are the original too?
Yes, these stairs are original. No, wait, no, I don't think these stairs are original. I think the stairs were made as a example of what the stairs would have looked like to go to that. So like when this was found by the people who rebuilt and stuff like that, their stairs were a lot higher. But once you've, excavated and uncovered, like, oh, there's actually an entire church underneath this, or not church, but like temple or whatever, then yeah.
I
What?
wonder why people just let it disappear to the times.
Um,
Like people always lived here.
yeah, well, part of the reason why Rome, it's like people, it's like they didn't care about like recycling and shit. So people would throw their trash or their shit or their pee or whatever just on the ground. And or like there were a lot of floods that happened that would debris and mud would just completely devastate entire areas. And so now you have like, up to your waist in mud in your house. Are you going to try and clean it all out only for it to like happen again, or are you going to rebuild at that level? You're going to rebuild. You're not going to.
But damn, these are like big monuments that took years, decades to build, maybe.
Yeah, so it was a combination of
And
like floods and all that stuff, people's trash or whatever. And then that gets like packed down, and then slowly, things are starting to look like they're sinking. So like, okay, well, we're going to rebuild above that. And that's part of the reason why the Rome lasagna even happens. So, but in this case, this whole thing was totally buried in dirt. And so they're like, oh, well, we'll just build this here, not realizing it was actually taller and that there was an original down there.
yeah.
Yeah, so see, that's pretty much what happened. But yeah, Carlo, what is Wololo?
Wololo.
This is a
Wololo is the Age of Empires 2 meme where you try to convert a new another enemy's character into your faction, and they do this sound. Wololo.
Really?
Yeah.
Thank you for that information. Video archivist 𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀.
No problem, Flupido.
So, looking at this and knowing what we know, this was before the age of, oh, we should make it, because there's two classes of conservation. One, which is the older one, which is make it look like new, make it look like it was never damaged, make it look like it was as we think it looked like. But nowadays, what conservations are doing is let's make it very obvious what is original and what is like fixed.
I really like that, the making it obvious.
And that's true with like paintings and whatever, blah blah blah. This was during when this was being made, this restoration was made, it was during the first type where they were like, okay, we're gonna put everything in, but we're gonna make it look like what it would have looked. But knowing that, what part, because you see all these different colors and stuff, what parts do you think are original versus fake?
I mean, I will say that the parts that are more clean are the newer material, unless they made they replaced with weaker material that degraded even more. But I will say that the more the intricate details are the older stone.
Yeah, it is. So it's like, look, this tiny little piece, and they've like, yes, this is what it looked like. Like, they're probably not wrong. They have drawings, and they have, because you were asking me before about like they had pictures, and some of them
patterns repeat a lot. Yeah.
Yeah, and some of the pictures did exist, but also like it's paper or it's vellum, which is made of like sheep, so it's not exactly the most durable.
Also possible that behind, like, it's not like those little pieces were just scattered on the ground. Maybe the base is still more or less there, but only the surface got destroyed, and they replaced the surface.
It's a good guess, but it was actually a lot more scattered than you would think. Like when we were looking at the earlier columns, like they sometimes when you go through the forums, you'll see piles of random stone and columns and stuff like that. And that's in part because it's like, this is how we found it, just to give you an idea of what we're working with. And then they restored some of them, but not all of them. And so a lot of times they were just rubble. And then they had to just make something of that.
Gotcha.
Um,
It was like a job that I would like to have, like
piecing it
figure out
together.
how something was based on a few pieces.
I think that you'd probably find it pretty infuriating, though. Like for some of those, where it's just like you have absolutely nothing to go off of.
Yeah, because I would expect to be able to figure it out,
Yeah,
but if I couldn't,
it's
it would
like
be
imagine a puzzle, but it's missing half of its pieces.
yeah.
Um.
It's because I find myself enjoying, for example, Valheim,
Uh,
the game has like buildings who were like half destroyed, and I want to make them anew, and I need to figure out which pieces are missing. But like on that game, it's quite easy to tell.
yeah.
But you still need to make a guess. But I find myself having fun going out of my way, spending resources for something like that.
Mm-hmm.
So maybe I just find it rewarding to be able to restore something that existed before that was pretty,
Yeah.
and I find joy in that. Because I hate when we lose stuff that was made. I want to preserve.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So, this was uh a the first place where they found. I'm not sure. Like, this was like the first time they found water, like naturally occurring water in this area. And I don't think it means like ever, like in all of Rome. I think that there was something in particular where it's like basically they found water here and they were like, oh, this must be holy. So they made like an altar. And so the water used to be like all the way up here, but now it's like down there. Um, but that's why this exists, because they wanted to kind of like sanctify the water area. Um, these are mostly original.
Oh,
And you can see that these were, unlike some of them that were just one piece, these are like multiple pieces. And the green is like rust, basically, from.
they still reinforce some part of it.
Yeah, they reinforced, like, I think this part is reinforced,
Yeah,
because otherwise it would just fall.
wait, yeah.
Um, so what do you think? So most of this architecture, you'll find these holes just kind of all over the place. And also imagine this is all covered in marble. But then,
That
the
that's
marble's still
probably for supporting the floors. Wood beams would fit in there, right?
close. Um, so
That looks like architecture that we could find on castles in a
mhm.
way.
You can see
With vaulted ceilings.
there are these. What about this is a good example because it's like not necessarily a floor. Why do you
Oh,
think?
maybe it was for supporting the structure that would allow people to actually work on building the thing.
Yeah, it's ancient
Yeah.
scaffolding. So
Scaffolding, yes.
they would build, and then they would put in like the poles to make the floor, and it would always be about the high, like eye level. So you can say like, okay, it took, it's like 1, 2, 3, 4 people high on this particular section, blah blah blah. But like these pieces were not meant to be seen because it was all covered, and it also makes it very convenient for if then something needs repairing. These holes are already there that for you to easily put the scaffolding in
Yeah.
again.
It will just plaster everything, make it smooth.
Oh yeah, so plaster is is used more frequently for like poor areas or areas that don't matter as much. But if it's like rich or if rich people are going to be seeing it, it's always covered in marble. A lot of fucking marble. So this
They lost all their marbles.
yeah, it's all got put into the St. Peter Basilica. Curse those Christians. But yeah, so this was a very sacred place because this is where they would keep the eternal flame. Do you know much about that?
Eternal flame. Is that about the Olympics, or the Olympics just borrowed that idea?
The Olympics borrowed it from the Greeks, who borrowed well, yeah.
Oh right, this is Romans, Greeks. Yeah. Okay.
So these are Romans. But like, just
I don't know about the flame.
The fire represented a lot of different things. But it was, it was maintained by, I want to say, like 6 or 8 virgins that would be chosen from a young age, like 6 years old or something, and they would be raised to then, like, because they would, at some point they would retire, and then whichever one was like the most next ready to go would like replace them. And so these are the quarters that they lived in. So like this was like one room, and then they had multiple levels, and they had to live here for most of their, for like maybe 30 years or something, 20-30 years.
So like some kind of nun?
Yeah. They were highly revered. And so even though like by the time they retired, they'd be like maybe in their 30s or something like that. Everyone is already like married by then. But unlike some other cultures where something like that, where they take young girls and then, they're seen as holy or something, and then they're seen as not dirty, but like no longer to be revered once they're like adults and stuff like that. In this case, they're always like highly regarded and stuff like that. But having a family can be harder. Although there were sometimes secret relationships and whatnot. So fun fact, these sculptures would have the faces of the virgins that like the active like priestesses, and then when one would be changed, they'd basically take off the head and replace it with a different head of the new one.
Imagine if one was really thin and the other really fat. Same body, different face.
Yeah, pretty much. But yeah, and then I think across the way was where servants lived who took care of them. And it was like really strict, like who could see them, what food they could eat. Like they pretty much, I think that they just like didn't really have contact with the outside world. They just stayed here for a good chunk of their life. Oh yeah, this is a better image of it. So basically this is kind of like the temple where the virgins, like the priestess virgins, would keep the eternal flame alive like 24 hours a day. Yeah, it's just a bunch of virgins. But yeah, so these were often like daughters of like rich or important people, so it's kind of like how in European history, how like someone's daughter might be the like lady in waiting of a queen or something like that, but instead they were just taking turns keeping a fire alive.
Do you know how long did it burn?
I don't know. Many
Those
years.
arches are incredible.
Yeah. So this had some inspiration from the Pantheon, I believe, with the texture and the way they did it.
It's all painted too.
Well, that too, but yeah. So I thought that this was a very telling image of what you might expect. So all like something that you find in common in like all these basilicas is they kind of look like, I don't think it necessarily was on purpose to necessarily look like a cross, but they would always be this long piece and then two pieces on the side. And those were where if you had specific saints or something, that's basically where you would you know, pray to them there. And so you'll find that feature in like all churches where they'll have like the main altar area and then parts on the side. Something I forgot to mention is that catacombs became very popular because then martyrs would be put down there, and then so people thought like, oh hey, if I'm close to the martyr, I'll be picked up first earlier on by God than some of the other people. So rich people would basically
because
want
God
to
is
be
lazy and would only pick the closest people. Yeah.
yeah. So they la, 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 la. So rich people want to be this close to martyrs as possible. But then after churches became more of a thing, the pieces of martyr would be put in. Those are what relics are. Anything that a martyr touched or wore, or like a piece of them or whatever, would be considered a relic. And there's actually like a market for relics. Like, you just go to the market and be like, hey, can I have like a piece of that toe? Because I want to have that in my church. And yeah, so basically, because those martyrs were then moved to all these churches and stuff like that, and broken apart in many ways, the catacombs became less popular because they couldn't be near the martyrs. So I think that was one of the reasons why they kind of died out, puns intended. But yeah, so I can't remember exactly what was mentioned about this otherwise, though. So this was, I can't remember who, maybe it was Trajan's arch. So Romans love to have like basically they would have a triumphant arch that would celebrate their victories and whatnot.
That's cool.
So I think at this point in time, I could be wrong about this being Trajan's, but I believe it was Trajan. And during this time, the Empire just like wasn't doing too hot, and this particular, or I don't know, maybe it wasn't that. I think it was mainly that whoever this arch was for, they hadn't actually won any battles or done anything like that. So, but he made an arch that basically symbolized him, or not symbolized, but like immortalized the fact that he went to Jerusalem and sacked all the Jews and brought back a shit ton of gold, and it was enough to rebuild the entire city. So, yeah. So that's why you have a menorah over here.
Damn, there's a lot to guys told you guys. So,
Huh?
Was it stuff that the guides told you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And this used to be lined with gold. That's why those holes are there, because gold was the thing that kept it inside.
Yeah. Like, people just take away everything. That's why we can have nice things.
Oh, yeah. But yeah. So now we went to the Colosseum. This is part of the original ceiling that you'd see in the Colosseum. The Colosseum had a lot of interesting stuff because there's a lot of like myth busting. Colosseum, I can spell. This is fine. So guess how many entryways there are.
Oh. So you don't have pictures of that one?
Of the Colosseum?
Yeah.
I do, but they start from the inside, so
Okay.
like I wanted to see have something a frame of reference.
Uh-huh.
Are you gonna guess?
Guess what? Sorry.
How many entrances? It's very funny, Usk.
How many entrances?
Like on this bottom level.
I would feel like. Oh, how many of those there are?
Yeah.
Okay, let me count.
No, don't count, just guess.
I would say at least 30.
Yeah, definitely 30. There were 80. And
Wait, entrances?
yeah, there are 80 different.
Are
These
there 80 arches?
yeah, but they're not all equal. Like there are a couple of them that were like entrances just for like the emperor or something, so you wouldn't have to mingle with the peons and
Oh,
also
I
be
don't.
safe.
I think you enter from the upper levels?
No.
Like no. Mm.
But all of these entrances were accessible, and I don't remember exactly how many people could fit in, but you could what's the word? Like if there was a fire or something, like people could escape. Like you could clear out the entire Colosseum in like 25 minutes
Amazing.
because there's so many entrances and whatever. And also the steps are quite taller than like
But I
they're a bit
wonder
like
how.
steeper. Let me see if I can.
But just how flammable was the Colosseum?
Well, there's a lot of shit that happened. There are 3 different types of whatchamacallits. But yeah, so these aren't really good pictures, but basically the stairs were taller and they weren't necessarily as deep. So they're steeper. So as a result, when you're going down, people would move faster. Because you're moving down that vertical space faster than you would have otherwise.
Hmm.
And this was created by the Emperor, because so there was the Emperor Nero who had a really bad rap, and it was mainly because the things that he did benefited the people and not as much the politicians and the rich guys, and they were the ones who write history and whatever. So like the people loved him, politicians did not. And so they they kind of like pushed his hand. So he ended up having to. Oh, there was there was like a fire in Rome. I think it went for like 7 or 9 days or something. It was like an epic fire that just devastated the entire city. And Nero at the time was not in the city, but the moment he heard, he like ran over and he tried to help. Blah blah blah. But initially, people was just like, "Oh, this is a tragedy." Blah blah blah. And then eventually, the politicians were like, "You know what? This is our perfect chance to blame Nero and kick him out." So they blamed him as the reason for why it happened in the first place. I can't remember the reason why, but I just remember it being something that was more like mundane. It's just like, oh, like that it was like a genuine accident. So my apologies for not remembering that. But anyway, so he needed a scapegoat. Nero did. So who else to blame but the Christians? So he blamed the Christians, and
Of course.
to kind of like, because like at that point, like religion is power and type of thing, and I think maybe the Christians were the ones getting stronger. I don't really remember exactly details. Point is, he used Christians as a scapegoat. There is a myth that Christians were slaughtered and massacred in the Colosseum, or like where the Colosseum would have been, but that's not true. It was actually the Circus Maximus, which if you play Civilization, that might sound familiar. But it's a different place, and I didn't go here, so I didn't learn as much about this, but I did learn the point being that when Christians were killed, it was here that they were killed, not in the Colosseum. But yeah, so Nero made a few mistakes after that, such as, like, I want to build, like, his palace burned down. He's like, oh, that was one of the things he did that was really good for the people, which is that the moment he got back, he opened up his palace and all of his like stores and stuff like that to like give people food and shelter for those who needed it. But yeah, so the thing that he didn't do that was so nice was that he just, made a palace and it's like, I want it to be bigger. It's like, dude, that's not a good idea. Like, where is this money coming from? But then long story short, he was, I don't know, he's probably killed, but he was put out of power is the short of it. And where the Colosseum is a valley, and it used to be just like farmland and stuff like that. Yeah, it kind of does. And the person who made the Colosseum, which was like the next like emperor or something like that, he put it right under, it's like right in the space below where Nero's palace used to be, and it's like, what better, like, at this point in time, the people, the everyday people, their trust had like been lost because of Nero and the fires and blah 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 blah. So they thought, what better to do than give people a place to have fun, basically. So long story short, this is basically a giant propaganda machine. The Colosseum is a propaganda machine. It's like the first propaganda machine. So they would always whenever
Seven circuses.
Yeah, exactly. They would offer food and entertainment, and people love that. And I think when they first opened it, they had some ridiculous number. Like I think it was like 30 days or 60 days or 90 days, I don't know, of like straight entertainment. Which is wild to me. But yeah, so, and also can't really see it in any of these pictures, but there used to be like statues in each of these like under all these arches for like I think maybe like the top and the bottom. I mean the top two ones, they were just statues all over the place. Can you guess what those statues represented? Or who they were of?
Like emperors, previous ones, or the winners.
Close.
Maybe.
Remember, this is a propaganda machine.
Oh, the politicians.
Yeah. They're politicians or, people. They don't necessarily, for example, they didn't necessarily know what Julius Caesar looked like aside from you know, seeing him on a coin, the average person. So just like seeing him or his, you know, whatever guys, they could see representations like, oh, that's that senator guy. This is what he looks like. This is his representation. So that's how people. It was basically like marketing.
Yeah, for both people and politicians.
Yeah.
Let me spend my whole fortune to make everyone happy.
Yeah. Oh, that reminds me. Speaking of the handsomeness of Nero, he used to have a statue. And it was I think that's in part where the Colossus thing came from. But like Colosseum itself basically just means like round structure. So it's very anticlimactic. You got the bearded guys and the round structure. Yeah, Kyo, I think that he's just a complicated character and that perhaps history did him a little dirty. Oh, that reminds me, the whole pedo thing, like that should be put into context. Maybe I'll tell you guys after this particular thing. So
like everyone was a bit bad before or something.
Yeah, but before I get there, let me just do this before I forget. So they had they would pretty much do stuff like every day of the year, not every day of the year, any season. They had canopies that could encircle the entire area so everyone could be shaded. And so let me try and find like the most important people, of course, would be like closer to the center. And then there'd be like the like everyday man and then the slaves and all that stuff. And at the very top, guess who was at the very top?
Like
If the people are the most important
soldiers?
No, the most important people are in the center and it goes up, blah blah blah. And so who was at the very top?
I mean, the worst scum possible, the lowest of the low, the ones that will get burned in the fire because they need to go down more stairs than anyone else.
Guess who those are?
The slaves, no, the Christians.
The women.
Oh, the women.
All of the women, no matter how, like, all of this
Not
entire
even the
Colosseum
important
was
ones?
exactly not even the important ones. They would all have to go up here. It's all the women, and they wouldn't have seats either. They would just have to stand. And all like they say that the reason why they did it is because like, if the women were too close, then they would be at risk at falling in love with one of the Colosseum guys, one of the gladiators or something. And so in order to protect her from that temptation, they had to put them as far away as possible. So there's that.
Doesn't make much sense, but I mean, if the gladiators were the ones who would get pregnant, but
But they didn't want their women straying, because like most gladiators in the beginning were just
like,
slaves.
They also got to be like very popular, maybe?
Yeah, but initially that wasn't the case. It was just, you know, people liked seeing the same ones, they wanted something to root for, so it kind of like developed that way, but initially that wasn't the case. And yeah, so also just a fun little art history for you.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can find a better picture.
Oh, did the guides also ask you guys, oh, did you know why this is? Can you try to guess?
Yeah.
Or... Interesting.
A lot of them did that. Some of them didn't, but a lot of them did. So the bottom, you can actually, this is a game, Nightingale. You can see an example of this, but the Colosseum has 3 different. This is not something I learned while I was there. This is just something I remember from art history classes. Is that like there are 3 types of columns here? There's Doric, which is just pretty. It's pretty plain. It's just like up and down a basic, base thing, and then Ionic, which has the swirls, and then Corinthian, which is more fancy. So I think there was some like meaning behind it, but I just thought it was really cool about how like
Statues are still there.
Oh no. These are just they're just like cutouts
Oh, okay.
showing like where they would be.
Yeah.
Type of thing. Yeah. And so what we can see today, this is all under the stage. This is where the gladiators would be and take care of themselves, blah blah blah. So guess how many slaves were required to keep the Colosseum running?
3,000.
Okay, no, not 3,000. Okay, fine. Just
3,001.
imagine. Okay, I should say, guess how many slaves had to be in this hole?
Oh, to take care of the gladiators and stuff.
Yeah.
100.
500.
Oh, like what were they doing?
So
There.
for one, I'm glad you asked. So one of the things they had to do that they implemented was I can't really see it in this picture, but there is like the first kind of like elevator. It was this big wooden platform, and it was one of those things, you know how like in not a coxswain, like in ships how people have to push this wheel in a circle. They have to like walk in a circle. Let's see. Ancient Roman elevator.
Oh, so they
Yeah, here it
actually
is.
made. Oh, so they
Yeah.
made contraptions that.
But this was a later edition, and
Oh,
this is actually a reproduction, but it's historically accurate, and so it works the way it did then.
the gladiators will appear from the ground and people will just.
Some of them would, but sometimes it was like lions and stuff. So you see, like here they have these guys, like having to move the stuff up. The elevator up is just by human power. So it's like you need a bunch of guys for that. You need a bunch of guys to keep the gladiators fit. You need a bunch of guys to it's just there's just a crap ton of things that need to be done in order for this to keep working. So said it's capable of holding 600 pounds. It's powered by 8 men on 2 decks. But yeah, so the 3 main things were the games. There were hunting games. There were like gladiator versus gladiator games, and I think I think maybe it was the teams ones where they work in teams. That's an actual elevator. But yeah, so why do you think that the Colosseum has a huge chunk of it missing?
I think it was built that way.
Nope. It was
But
it was
that
it was
chunk is
built
kind of.
it was built whole like this.
But it feels like it was kind of smooth. Like they cut it perfectly, right?
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
Mm-hmm.
so I don't know. Why is it missing? Did it crumble?
Nope.
Did they change it afterwards? Like did they remove it
Nope.
on purpose?
Oh, well, they didn't remove it on purpose, but the Christians did to build their basilica.
Oh,
St. Peter.
it's like they keep fighting after the fact. Like they didn't like the Christians. The Christians ruined the
Yeah.
Romans stuff. It's
So
like
St. Peter's Basilica, which is basically part of like the Vatican, they took all the nice stone and stuff from the Colosseum. We're like, okay, we're gonna use it for our shit now. Yeah, so what else? Guess how many gladiators would die in a given year?
less than people expect. I don't know any number, but it's not like fights to the death or anything.
Take a guess.
I don't know how many will participate, but I would say like maybe 3.
0.
0.
I mean, of course,
Oh.
there could be very few died in the Colosseum because like you had mentioned before, they're basically like athletes. They make their money in doing what they do, and so they're fighting with real weapons and stuff like that. But it was kind of like the WWE, like everything was kind of like they would fight the people they were going to fight with like wooden swords first before actually
Yeah.
going into the Colosseum, which is then when they would get real weapons. But the time when they would die would more often be like from injuries outside the Colosseum, like they'd already have left and stuff. So it wasn't necessarily because someone just like skewered them. But yeah, so it's just kind of interesting. Like even like and also like the beasts and stuff like that. They're
Yeah, I thought they would still die from like infections and stuff from wounds.
yeah,
But
but
they
that's
had
not like
good
in
doctors, right?
they did have doctors, but they can only do so much, and also they that could the whole infections and stuff wouldn't necessarily be a result of fighting so much as like after the fact. That's why
Yeah,
it's kind of
exactly.
yeah. But yeah, what else? Colosseum's very interesting. So I can't remember. There's 2 big doors. There's like one over here, and then there's one opposite from it. I think the bigger one, is where they would take dead bodies. So only the people who were dead could go over there. So like, if someone did look like they died, there would be like a slave who would like take this giant like hammer or something and basically like ensure that they were dead, or like they'd burn them or something. I think it was, and then if they reacted, it's like, oh, they're still alive, go save them. But if they're not, they're like, okay, well, let's make sure they're dead. And so basically, them and like a couple of slaves or something, they would carry the body through that door, but only the dead would leave through that door. Kind of intense. Yeah, but that's pretty much all I can remember about like when it was actively being used. After the fact, during the more Christian centric times, all the stuff had been abandoned, and so the Colosseum had been turned into houses. So the bottom layer, it would be, and these would be the houses for poor people. So each like arch would be like a house.
Kind of got reversed.
Excuse me. Yeah. And also like keeping animals and stuff like that. So it'd just be like, it's kind of crazy to imagine. It's like, yeah, there's just some horse shit over there, and just like poor people just like living in these, they I mean, because like they didn't necessarily see this as some kind of like grand, magnificent thing, because, or at least the rich people didn't, because like this is where the poor people lived, you know.
Damn, poor people had nice houses back in the day.
Debatable, debatable.
But maybe it was like 20 people in a 2 meter space.
Yeah, yeah.
They would sleep upright. They wouldn't fall because they were all packed together.
Mm-hmm.
Trust me, I'm engineer.
So these are my pictures. Um, but
Oh.
the elevator was like over here or something, and so you can imagine all these like angled areas were seats. Oh, also there's now a cross and a couple other like religious things, and so um the like I think one of the popes or something was like, "Hey, I'm going to," as a way to kind of sanctify this like pagan area, this thing that has a history or whatever. They said that's, oh, this is where Christians were killed, so that's our reasoning for doing it, but that's not really why. It's just, propaganda machine is a propaganda machine no matter who it's for. Um so they're basically saying that like this is ours, this is like where we have power over this area type of thing. So here are some of the marble steps. You can see which was
Oh, yeah.
looted and stuff.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know why I
The
took
ones
a
that
picture of this.
survive. That's cool.
I think I
Oh,
just,
I guess I'm seeing the delay.
yeah. Where is this? Oh, this is, so after seeing the Colosseum, on this particular day, we were seeing the Roman forums in the Colosseum, and then an hour later, we were seeing the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel in one day. And
Sorry, can you repeat that?
so we saw the Colosseum and the Roman forums on a tour in the morning at like 10, and then after that ended, an hour after it ended, we had another tour for the Vatican and the Sistine Chapel. So those are the type of things that people like, you could split that over like 3 days, but we did it in one day. And they're actually in
Whoa.
opposite sides of the city. I didn't realize how bad it was, and because everyone's getting ready for the Jubilee, um, all the fountains and stuff are under construction. The traffic is always bad, but it's like worse than usual.
What's the Jubilee?
I believe it's like the Pope being Pope for like the 25th year or something like that. I don't know. It's some celebration in that respect. Let's see. Jubilee. Yes, still talking about Italy. That's not the Jubilee I meant. Pope.
And Foof still hasn't arrived at the food part of the cheese factory.
Yeah, the cheese factory is at the end, so who knows and all. Yeah. How you doing, Blenda? Oh yeah, I forgot about
Welcome back.
this. So the Jubilee is a special year where you can just you are absolved of all your sins, all your issues, like whatever universal pardon is mentioned every
Oh.
50th year. Debts will be forgiven. Yeah, so
Oh, that's amazing. You could do so many crimes and then you'll
yeah,
still go to heaven. Amazing.
yeah, pretty much. So this was the garden part before you enter the. This is the Vatican's art galleries. and is like a reminder. I think a lot of these were created like during the Renaissance, so like after the assumption that like, oh, marble's supposed to be white.
Yeah.
Not everything's colored. So why are you dying? Oh, an ad starts in a minute. You can
Work
see
is
some.
rough.
You can see some of the construction here. Lurk is meow. I found a room that had lots of animal statues, so of course I took a lot of pictures. It's the bird with the snake. A hot Cheetos mouth kiss without my consent. Okay. A lobster.
A hot Cheetos mouth kiss.
What does that mean, though, a hot Cheetos mouth kiss?
I don't know, it kind of sounds tasty.
Okay, I'll see you guys back when the ad is done. You know, being a history teacher is kind of exhausting. Because I had to, like, work my brain to remember things.
I guess by doing so, you're gonna remember it even more now.
Yeah, it's funny that you say that because, we did a night walking tour, and the guy was, had very, like, good energy and stuff. He was funny. He, like, gamified, like, men versus women, like who made this and when and blah blah blah. He asked a lot of questions, and then he would kind of like recap at like the next place about the last place, with the intention of like actually having us like go to the tour and remember things and not just forget, you know. So Demi, do you think you prefer like games slash sponsorships where you can just throw yourself into it?
I mean,
Or is it more because it's like, oh, let's see how far I can
I
get
was
in this little amount of time?
I was kind of getting ready for something like the other ones, but I suppose this one is a bit more chill. But I was hoping to be able to just complete it soon, so to not have something on my mind, like, oh, I need to do the game, oh, I must remember to spend the thing. I kind of want to not have to do that. I want it to be just
I guess in a way you got what you wanted, just in a different form. Because like unless there's a specific event that you want to do, you know, it's not, none of it's like required. I don't feel like they push it on you the same way that
yeah.
the Ant game did.
I feel like this one stopped too soon.
Yeah, I just find that surprising, not because I don't believe you or something, but it's a kind of like, it feels like far from my experience. So it's just like, how did that?
I think it's really slow when you don't buy anything, just free to play.
Yeah.
Um,
But like there was a point in time where like because I started playing what, like around 7 or 8, but I didn't go to bed until like 12:30 because I was just at that point like I had bought the thing like early on, but it just kept going and going and going and going and going, and like making progress opened up other chests and stuff like that, and so I was trying to like maximize my time and just get it all done. But I had to stay up so late to do that.
I feel like I have to wait a lot to unlock new stuff that will make the game more enjoyable.
Yeah, maybe that's what it
Uh,
is. It's like it does pick up, but you have to have certain like features unlocked first.
Yeah, it's like I'm really close to advancing to get extra roles,
Mm-hmm.
but for that I need to wait for the normal roles to show up,
Mm-hmm.
and then I will need to wait again. I don't know.
Yeah.
The game was the PDF was telling us, oh, to reach like Kingdom 6 or something, it takes maybe a few hours only. But maybe that's
Well, 6 is
considering
supposed to be 30 minutes.
30 minutes. Yes, I wonder if that's like 30 minutes spread over the course of one day or more, or 2 days, or if that's the time it's spent you spend by just paying, because I'm really stuck.
I don't think it's paying.
I'm just bad.
Maybe can't be good at everything. You used up your luck at uh the King game.
I mean, it was going so well with the double effect from the. I was not having trouble at all with the levels at some point. Amazing.
What levels of what?
So the King game,
Oh.
the other one.
Wait,
Um,
the King game I'm talking about is the one that you played with Blender.
oh, that one. I spent my luck on there. Okay.
Yeah. Like in terms of like catching up and like being good at the game like early on type of thing.
Oh,
Like
is
picking it up
is
easily.
that skill rather than luck?
No, just luck. You used all your
Okay.
resources in one place. Okay. Anyway, so I had a tour of the
Oh, what's this?
Hmm?
What is this? Statues.
lobster. Rock lobster. But like I just have seen so many statues of like people, naked people, whatever. It was nice to see some, animals.
Yeah.
This cat I thought was funny. Also kind of creepy.
What are the legs like?
Also this is there's a very famous let's see, wolf there statue. There's this very famous statue. I'm pretty sure it's in like Animal Crossing as well, because Animal Crossing has a bunch of like, oh, these are real art pieces, whatever. Oh, bye, Blendy. But
Oh
basically,
wait.
this is a she-wolf, and it
Oh,
symbolizes Romulus and Remus, like
I
the birth of
yeah.
Rome, that sort of thing.
There's a cool story about all these. I don't remember exactly.
Yeah. So basically, they decided to rule together, and uh there was something where it's just like they're like, okay, so how are we gonna they were side by side for a while, but then they're like, okay, this isn't working out. um we should like one of us should be the person to lead. And so it's like, oh, how do you figure out those things? Obviously you wait for a miracle. And so there is something about like Remus had a vulture come to him. But then Romulus had like 10 vultures come to him and like at a later date. And it's like Remus is like, oh, well, my vulture came first. And Romulus is like, well, yeah, but I have like 10. Um, and then Romulus killed Remus, and then we have Rome.
We have Rome because there was a sibling rivalry.
Yeah, something like
And
that.
how does that happen? How does so suddenly Rome exists?
Yeah,
Because but that's because it's based on his name.
yeah. But yeah,
Okay.
so I don't remember like the whole parentage, but it's basically like this is how they were found, being suckled by a she-wolf. Oh,
A she-wolf. Does that mean like mythical creature or a
no, that just
female
means a
wolf?
female wolf. Because of the angle, I forgot why I was looking at this, but this is an eagle here, and then there's a snake.
Oh.
A very crude-looking dolphin. Is that supposed to be a seahorse as well? No, probably almost like a griffin, but like its tail is
That's a
wrapped around.
dolphin and
I didn't notice that before. Oh my god, look at this camel! I didn't
looks
see this
like a
camel
mythical
before.
snake. Is that a camel?
Yeah, look at
The
that
other
face.
crocodile was looking funny as hell as well.
Hmm. And then we went to the muses. So this was theater. Not theater, yeah, theater, something like that. I don't remember why that was important. I don't remember if this was another Nero or not. This is all made from one piece of stone. I think it's
Even the
marble.
legs?
Huh?
Even the legs.
No, I wouldn't say the legs, but this whole thing, this is like huge, so yeah. Um, Something that was done a lot, not only here but in other places, is like this most of this molding that you're seeing is painted. It's not
Oh,
actually
really?
3D. Yeah, so that's something that happens a lot. Um, so there are some like there's um a couple of like edge pieces and stuff that are actually sculpted, but like all of this is just flat, 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 flat.
Interesting.
Like if you really zoom in, you can like see it, but like at first glance, it looks like it could be real.
Yeah, yeah. Even the shadows and everything.
Yeah.
Yeah. I'm sure at the time people were complaining, just like we now are complaining about. Oh, it's like AI. Uh, it's just so cheap.
Look at the booba.
Oh, she has so many booba. Wait, is that booba?
Yeah, I think so.
She has booba on the dress as well.
No, I think those are. They look like goats or something.
Goats with booba.
Well, actually, this looks like kind of like a hippogriff or a griffin or whatever they call them. This
Uh-huh.
looks like a tiger. This looks like a goat. This looks. I don't know what this is. I don't know what it means. I just took a picture of it. I especially like to take pictures of statues with like cloth and folded things. It's just like so amazing to me
Yeah.
how they do that. I don't. Yeah. Space is so creepy. Oh, okay. So these were there's like a whole hallway full of these tapestries, and they're all made from gold and silver. Like everything you see that's like vaguely gold colored, it's real gold that was put
Oh.
into the thread. But this is the only one I felt was like worth taking a picture of. And then there's this room had all these stuff on it, but the point of it was it had all these areas of Italy, like maps of these areas of Italy, but like historical maps. So there's one for like Florence, there's one for Sicily, like all that stuff. What is this one?
Now that map is kind of lazy. Come on. You
Cecilia.
think he's gonna fall? No.
Yeah, we were kind of like I was just walking while I was taking these because it was just so crowded. Roma, there you are.
Oh, my parents are gonna visit Venice
Oh yeah.
next year. Yeah, before it sinks away.
Yeah. Why did I take a picture of this one? Hmm. Firenze. Although this one says Fiorenza.
Lorenzo. Exatamente.
Yeah, so. Oh, you can barely see them, but they're the Swiss guards. And apparently they are actually Swiss and chosen by the Pope. They
Oh.
wear this garb and they stand there all day.
Damn. That's a very boring and difficult job.
Yeah. So every Wednesday the Pope comes out and like says some prayers or something, so that's what all these seats are. And they just keep that there all the time, apparently.
Wait, you have a friend on Steam called My Mom's Mistake?
I don't know. They must have renamed themselves. I don't know who they are. So, you're not allowed to take pictures of the Sistine Chapel, so that's why I don't have pictures of them, but, it's, so one of my favorite parts is you can't see it, but like right here it's just like God's butt is just like being pressed up against
God's
that
butt?
cloth. Yeah, pressed up against that cloth and no one is saying anything about it and I'm like, why? Let me see if I can get a better picture. Here it is. Because it's supposed to be read from like right to left or something like that. It's like God created or like whatever in
Wait,
7 days.
I've seen that picture on the right, but not the butt one. Why?
Apparently,
Wait, but it's covered by cloth, right?
yeah.
No?
But like at first glance, it could be bare. But it's just like, why is this necessary? I think it's supposed to be like beginning and end sort of thing. But it's like still like that seems funny.
There I did the thing, and now I go. Wee.
Yeah, pretty much. And yeah, so I think that this was all painted. No, not this. The Sistine Chapel, I think, was like the ceiling was painted in 4 years.
How many artists?
One.
Wow. Such a boss.
By the renowned Michelangelo. He did this all by himself, and he was very young. I think he was like 24 or something. Yeah, it only took 4 years. He basically was laid on his back with scaffolding and just painted this entire thing. And then because the top is curved, like on the sides, you have to also account for like foreshortening and stuff like that.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, very good.
And then at the back is this very famous painting, also by Michelangelo. And it shows all of the, like a bunch of saints and going to hell and like the whole 9 yards. I think this is when it's like rapture or whatever. And apparently this guy, this saint martyr got skinned alive, so that's why he's holding that skin. And allegedly Michelangelo, it's like a self-portrait or something.
Interesting.
Yeah. Oh, something that's funny is that so there was a cardinal that really didn't like Michelangelo, and he had beef with him, and basically said like there's too many naked bodies, like this is not a Christian or whatever. So he drew him right here. He drew him as, oh wait, the thing is blocking. He drew him as the devil, and then then he complained to like the Pope at the time, and he's like, "Oh, I'm naked." Like, like not only did he make me the devil, but I'm naked. And the Pope was like, "Well, shut up." So, like, Michelangelo covered him, but it didn't say how, and it's a snake. So
Wait, so like he didn't even drew peepees on people,
they're
or
peepees. I
or,
see
or
there's
they
a little
exist?
peepee, but
They're
they're
peepee
just
peepees.
so naked, and he was like, "Why though?"
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of, especially during this time period or whatever, um, or this kind of work that he was doing, you can see a lot of similarities between statues that are in the Vatican and poses that are here, because basically he would study the statues, and kind of almost like transpose that onto his art,
Yeah.
which is pretty cool.
There's something about the bodies that he draws. Everyone's so like it's like they have big bones.
Yeah, yeah. Part of that is I think not because he doesn't know anatomy, but there is
There was a style
yeah,
at
but I
the time.
think there's a bit of a style thing, but also I think there was maybe it was the Romans who didn't weren't as actually they weren't as kind of like understanding of anatomy as the Renaissance was, but because there is a lot of inspiration from that. Maybe it's some kind of ode to that. I don't really remember. But yeah. Hey, another butt. Sculpted to the gods. Yeah. By this time, my feet were hurting and my brain was melting. So we went to the Basilica. This is a very famous statue called the La Pietra or something like that. It's basically Madonna and Jesus, but it's actually a replica, and the real one is behind this screen because they're cleaning it for the Jubilee.
Oh,
But all of this stuff that looks
is
like,
it actual gold?
huh?
Is that actual gold?
Yeah, I mean it's probably like, you know, gold foil, not, but it is gold. But the thing that's impressive about this is that all of this is mosaic. So anything that looks like it's
Oh
painted
wow,
is mosaic. All these tiny little stones.
amazing.
Yeah.
But like, did they paint on top of the mosaics?
No.
They. Uh-huh.
That's kind of why
Okay.
it looks pixelated, because they're all just stones.
Oh,
Carlo. Like,
just
look
currently
at how
showering.
crazy this is. Like, these are like full-on sculptures, like barely staying on.
Yeah. Yeah. Like I feel like in the past the rich people had less ways, uh, less possible ways to spend their money,
Mm-hmm.
and at least when they did, we would see stuff like this,
Mm-hmm.
even if the public couldn't enjoy it at the time. Now we can.
Yeah. Well, at this
Uh,
point, this is all like popes, and they're trying to, as ironic as it is, they're just trying to show the glory of God through ornate spending.
yeah.
So, like, these are all like monuments that the popes had made for themselves, basically.
The idea of religion, like even in within the same religion, there are always shifts in ideologies,
Mm-hmm.
multiple branches.
Here we
In
have a
this
dead
one,
pope.
you can break your marriage. On this one, you cannot.
The Jubilee
But
will make you all good again.
hmm,
But yeah, it's wax obviously on the face and stuff, but his body is there, and there's another body over here. He's looking a little bit more crusty though. Yeah, real body.
real crusty. Santa's real body.
So this isn't just like his skin. This also has like a death mask on, but it's a little bit more crunchy looking. Ooh. So they had a ceremony that was going on, so you see all the little Catholic guys just, doing their thing. And of course half of everything is covered up because, Jubilee.
Of course. Yeah.
I think it's kind of funny how this person's phone, their picture's blurred out, as if like I edited it to like cover
Maybe
it.
they were just trying to focus and weren't able to.
Yeah.
But I wonder what's that blue in their phone that they're looking for at. Or maybe it was a window. Yeah, there's a lot of blue.
Yeah. Low.
Blue. Blue, blue.
This room was where the marriages happen, and you spend an arm and a leg. So it's like, I think there was something about like, oh, why would you want to get married on a Thursday? It's like, well, just the fact that you could possibly get married at the Basilica is like such an honor that doesn't matter that it's Thursday or not. Hey, Cat.
Oh, hello, cat.
Cat. How you
Why
doing?
Thursday though?
I was just a random. It was just an anecdote. Those stars are all diamonds.
Damn.
I think. Oh yeah, at the market, not the market, the mall. There's a figurine. I thought someone out there would appreciate it, so I took a picture. For those One Piece lovers, it was very good, Cat. Thank you for asking. Damn it, you've seen One Piece, haven't you?
Yeah.
Isn't this guy from One Piece?
That's Zoro. Or Zolo. I don't know. They sometimes write it one way or the other. But he's Zoro.
So we went to this really horrible place that was basically kind of trying to be like Western, like Old West style, American, whatever, Wild West. So I ordered a small Fanta, and they gave me this giant thing.
Hmm.
And yeah, so these are pictures that he took about how disappointing it was, because he just really wanted steak, and we didn't have another place nearby at the time, so we're just like, let's try this, guys. So he was complaining because it was like the potatoes were swimming in the sauce, and these were my potatoes. They're just air.
Oh, yeah. Where is the rest of it?
That's a good question. Yeah, there's a picture of me. I moved away from it now, but there's a picture of me pouting because my hair that water in Italy really like was wrecking with my hair. The water is so hard that it just like stripped everything from it. So I basically had to douse myself in like deep conditioning shampoo every time I take a shower.
Those who were not watching missed it. Too bad.
Oh, this is such a like a little romantic door. Yes, I did, Usk. Or at least I know I removed at least one, so if there's another one I missed, then, too bad. Oh yeah, I like these little aliens, so I just took a picture of them. So, oh yeah, so there's a lot of, when I was telling you about the flooding, there's a lot of signs that kind of look like this, but then they would have like a line, and it would basically say like, the flood of 1862 or something, and like showing you how high the water got. It's always kind of crazy.
Well, what's it to aliens?
Oh, there's more eternal flames here, and there's 2 guards here. And
Oh.
I think they actually do keep these flames, like, they have to stay lit. Trevi Fountain, under construction for cleaning. This, I believe, he's not Poseidon. He's not, I think he might be Oceanus. But the point is, like, he's not, like, one of the normal water gods. And that should be, specified. I don't remember this one is. Then we were back we ended part of the tour, the Pantheon, so I took a picture of this under the portico roof part. I just thought it was a cool night pic. And these are the Spanish Steps. Apparently I mean, it's at night, so I guess police are just like, whatever. But they're now giving out fines for people who sit on the Spanish Steps. I don't know how they enforce that exactly or why, but
like as if your butt will do more damage than your feet. I don't know.
maybe.
Wait, you can.
So this water right here is super pure. You can just drink straight out of it. I think it's filtered or something. And this boat here is to represent a boat that floated. There was like huge flood that was like really high up, like these steps and stuff. And this boat traveled like from like down the street and like over here. And so they're like, oh, boat.
They kept the boat.
Oh, these are cheese pictures.
Yes. Did you make your own cheese?
No. Oh, it was, actually, that was in, yeah, no, you're right. Yeah, that was the last activity that we did in Rome, and then we took the train, and which is what these pictures are. Took the train, and we went to this, we took the train to Florence, and we had, this really delicious, went to this really, like, you know, well-regarded, famous, whatever place. Florence is really known for their Florentine steaks, so this was flank, and this was tenderloin. It was massive, like 1.4, 1.5 kilograms, or whatever you guys use. But to be fair, there is the bone, but it is like a lot of food. And then this was breakfast.
Oh.
And there's a lot of pictures of very small cars. We went to the Leonardo Museum, and this was a reproduction of his tank that he designed.
Stuff that he will draw, yeah.
We had a you know, a guy sitting next to us who we became friendly with, who had one for himself. So I think he was kind of like up for the challenge type of thing. Funnily enough, we saw him on the last day because we went to the same restaurant the last day before we left, and he was there. And so I invited him, and there's someone he was talking to, and we all sat together, and he was finishing his dinner, and we hadn't started yet, but we were all just like chatting and stuff. He's 𝗟𝗍, Simon from Australia. I don't remember exactly where he was from in Australia, but he looked Irish. Indeed, still eating safely.
The world is big and small at the same time.
So ignore this piece because I'm not really sure what I was trying to do. But I learned about like Roman arches and stuff a lot in my art history classes, and so this was like just a bunch of, you know, like everything that is not like these side pieces like right here were just like blocks, like kids blocks, and so we were able to assemble it. It's like, oh, let's take a picture.
There is one block left. What the hell?
Yeah, this is actually glued to this one. And like initially I had this one flipped, but this one is glued to this one, so it's like I can't do both, so I'm just like, okay, well, you know, just crop it. And these are inspired by Michelangelo's whatchamacallit. It's like you can buy them and assemble them.
Uh-huh.
This flying machine. Oh, okay. So, this one I thought of Carlo deeply. I'll pause the music. And so this was the jazz night. And so when they were talking about jazz, their interpretation of jazz was basically just interpretation, not jazz like the typical jazz genre, which is why it'll start sounding a little different. Let's do
Oh, did you post like a video of this on Discord or something?
No.
No. I'm having a deja vu somehow.
I don't think I did. I think I wanted to like save it for this. I think this. And this. Okay, let me turn this down just a touch. So I took a few videos. This guy in the center is such a character, and so they all have been friends for a long time, and they're actually part of like a friend group where it just they will just kind of switch around their instruments or switch who they're playing with. It's just very like fluid.
Is this improv or?
Hmm?
Is this improv or?
Yeah, it's improv. So they're saying don't ask us who the name of the songs are because they don't have names. Because they're like making like there's only like one or two that had names, but the rest they just made up.
Yeah. I found that music was going nowhere, but it was like creating a vibe.
Yeah, that's how it was a lot in the beginning. I really like this one. Yeah, I thought the same.
Indeed.
Oh, I took another one. For some reason, it didn't go sideways. I didn't actually check these recordings beforehand, so...
I hope we get to see something spicy. Oh my god!
What do you mean by spicy?
I don't know if you don't know what you have in there. We might find stuff that you don't want.
Oh,
to
I see. Nah. Yeah, I guess you're right, Carlo. It is jazz or jazzy, but it's just kind of like so kind of like far from what I usually think of in terms of traditional jazz that it kind of surprised me. So we basically had homemade dinner at this woman's house, and then there is like this musical performance at the end. Just like 3 guys in her living room.
Oh, in that lady's house.
Yeah. I always found it funny when sometimes he would try and hit the cymbal, but he wasn't paying attention, he would just like miss it. And like he would just have to keep going, but it's just like, I don't know. Pickled mushrooms? Oh. I don't know, he just was using it as like a maraca, like a shaker. I think it was like beans or something, I don't know. Oh, nice. Maybe like lentils. I'm always impressed by people who can just like percussion or drum so like easily. Cause like it's a lot easier in my head than it is actually doing it. He missed. Oh, okay, that was it. Thank you for coming to my
TED Talk.
TED music.
Mhm.
So there are these wine windows that apparently you see all over the place, and they were developed because of COVID. So this is a way for, because like in Florence, wine is like just like a part of daily life. Like you don't not drink wine. People needed their wine, so they made wine windows.
So you How did people even get the rest of necessities? Were there wine breads?
Maybe.
Bread windows. I mean, not wine breads. Ah,
Um so this is a measurement. I think this was like the cloth district, but you know, everyone had a different form of measurement. But um at least like in Florence, which was like a textile central center, blah blah blah. This was a way for like merchants and other people to measure and be like, you know, this is exactly how much I'm buying, rather than being like, oh, well, a foot versus a meter versus a, you know, that sort of thing. And there's the whole thing with the Medicis, because they were incredibly influential for both Florence and pretty much Rome as a whole. But we can't get into it today. This is too much. But let's just say that this is their second house. And this is the Uffizi, a very famous,
like a castle with a little tower.
yeah. It's a very famous art museum. And basically they made this house, not made this house, they took it over really. But they made the Uffizi as part of a very long corridor that's kind of like above ground, like above the peons, and it connects to their third house, the Pizzi Palace, and it's rather extravagant. Oh yeah, I took this video so you guys could hear my very he was from the south, but he's like very Italian.
Side outer fightings, because you know the people, politics in the Middle Ages was very rough.
Yeah, but
Very rough time.
you have to kill everyone to get
Exactly.
to the
So
top.
to protect the government of Florence.
But I commented to him like my husband thought that he wasn't Italian at first because his accent sounded different to other Italians we've heard, but it was just because he spoke so much slower. And he said that it's mostly because foreigners wouldn't understand him and say he was speaking too fast. Sometimes even English speakers like didn't understand, but like the kids would understand, blah blah blah. Basically, long story short, he started talking slower and then it just became a thing. So it's part of his shtick. This is a exact replica of the statue of David. This is where the original David stood. This is original to Roman times. I think Romans, maybe, I don't know. Anyway, but they wanted to protect David, so they put this replica here.
Makes sense.
And this is, I don't actually remember all the artists, but this is a bronze. I think this is probably from the Roman times, but it's like a masterpiece. And it's Perseus and Medusa. But it's like the Renaissance men would like look at this, and this would be like part of the inspiration for their art and all that stuff. So why do I have so many pictures of the same thing? This is the Ponte Vecchio. So this was a very famous bridge, and it's the last It was the only original bridge that exists now, because all the other bridges were like basically bombed in World War II. Wow, I didn't think about that. But yeah, so basically, I think there was like the Nazis were running from the Americans, I want to say, and so they bombed all the other bridges, but I think the general was willing to leave this one. It used to be all like butchers and tanneries, because they could just throw all the spoils into the river underneath. And then the Medici's, who their corridor, this is part of their corridor from one house to the other. They're like, hey, this stinks, of a lot of shit, and I don't like it, so they basically moved out all the butchers and changed these to all like goldsmiths. So now there's only goldsmiths here, and that's the only things that can be there.
Right. Where did the butchers go?
They got butchered. I don't know.
By each other.
I hope not. So this building, it was basically like, I think it was black plaster first, and then white plaster on top, and then they scratched it away, or maybe it was black, and then there was white. Like I don't remember which one's on top, but they were basically doing like etch a sketch type of thing to get this appearance, which is pretty cool. We saw the Mona Lisa's house. The Mona Lisa was a real lady. Mona meaning lady. Lisa being her name, so Lady Lisa, basically. Or Miss Lisa, something like that. But it was commissioned, but it was never finished, or like delivered to the customers. By Leonardo.
Is that a 3D painting, let's say?
Perhaps. A relief. It's a relief of the Mona Lisa. But yeah, so that was the outside of her house. Now if you tilt your head to the left, we had a very bougie dinner, and my husband and I are very much not bougie. I think that 𝗟𝗶H would be totally chill with this, with like this cheese board and stuff, but it's like fresh figs, and this is fig, and this is honey, and this is, I don't know what this is. We pretty much took everything except the blue cheese. These are like giant ravioli. The blue cheese was just too much for us. But yeah. They really like
It's a lot of
pomegranate.
cheese.
It is a lot of cheese.
Yeah.
I took pictures of everything. Oh. And then we, oh, thank you for the stretch.
Oh, I need to do it too.
This is Dante's church, which is around the corner from Dante's house. And, so Dante is in like, Divine Comedy, Dante's Inferno type of situation. And he's also the father of the Italian language. So the purest form of Italian you will hear in Florence. But yeah, so he allegedly fell in love with this woman right outside the like church when he was younger, something like that. And he pined after her. She ended up marrying someone else, but these are all like locks of love, basically. And they get taken down periodically, but people just put it up for good luck. I guess not good luck, but like love luck.
Where's yours, Floof?
I don't need luck.
Alright.
Some more angles in the 𝗟𝗶ሔር Palace. Oh, this is the Ponte Vecchio from the outside. The gold bridge. So this is like the original bridge.
Oh, nice.
There's another bridge.
I always love that. Yeah, the houses on top of the bridge. Nice.
Yeah, and these are all original. These like juttings out. There's another bridge that has pieces of the original, but it was basically restored to resemble what the old one would have looked like. But yeah. Okay, a minute. Take a break. Lots of Galileo Museum stuff. St. David. 𝗟𝗶H. My head. I got this giant bug bite.
No.
And I, for some reason, felt the need to keep it in.
That was a spicy bug bite.
Indeed. I'm gonna use this chance to eat a little bit, and then it continues.
Oh, how long are you hoping to stream for?
I'm gonna stream for an extra hour longer, so it's 5 for you guys. Thank you for the hydrate.
All right. Then I should also get some food.
Oh, like dinner?
Yeah.
Okie dokie. Are you gonna be gone long? Like full dinner?
I don't know. Like my parents, my dad called me to dinner, but like almost an hour ago.
Damn.
But it was still 7:30 p.m. So I wasn't hungry.
Mm.
So
Well,
I figured,
if there's a time to get dinner, I think it would be now.
yeah, and I don't know. If no one opposes, maybe I even eat here, but I don't know.
Okay, so go.
Sometimes my mom doesn't like it.
Hmm.
The perks of living with your parents is that there are sometimes rules.
Yeah.
Like, but they eat that. Yeah.
Mom, McGronus, man.
Yeah. It's because of the smell. So she has some clothes in a store in what are the name of those furnitures where you puts the clothes in?
Closet?
Anyway, closets. There's a closet in where in the attic where I am currently. And my mom says, "Oh, but if you bring food over there, it will make the clothes smell like food."
I mean, how often does she open it?
I don't know. It's closed right now, but I don't know. My mom doesn't like it, but her sense of smell is much greater than mine.
Yeah.
So it's not like I can just say, "Oh, that's stupid." Yeah. So I try to avoid. Depends on the food. Like if I'm eating cereal, well, it's not a problem, right?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Then I'll be right back.
Okie dokie.
There's an ad break. I don't want to miss anything. BRB.
Oos, can you let me know when you hit 6? If you hit 6. So I can keep track of whether your goals are being tracked. Yeah, no worries. That's pretty stupid though, how you cause it didn't register your payment. But it's pretty stupid how even you gave some money and it's still like, nope. Duck testa. What the hell? At first I didn't realize that you asked the AI anything. I thought it just said it by itself. This is in the Galileo Museum, where it's just like, if you look in the mirror, the other side has a different portrait. There are, it was like it's a science museum, so it's not just Galileo stuff, but it had a lot of pretty cool things. I think this was a calendar? No, this is a zodiac. These astrological compasses. Oh, did it? Because I was looking at the stream elements on the sponsor side. Okay, well that's good. At least we have that as like proof. I don't know why it said I don't know why it said someone though rather than your name. Did I say 6? Hit 6 or something? Did I say 𝗟𝗀 needs to hit 6? Because I don't actually remember saying that. I don't know the context. Oh, okay. Tell me when you hit 6. Yeah, sorry, I meant like Kingdom 6, level 6. I was like looking at it, so that's why it didn't occur to me that you guys would hear it and not understand the concept. So this is... I thought this was really cool. And I could see this being like the premise of like some show or some whatever, where it's just like either maybe you're on the outside trying to go in or vice versa. And I think this would be really cool to rig. But it's just like every time you go a little deeper, like it's like maybe it's a
I'm back
entirely
already.
different world. Oh, welcome back.
Thank you.
Uh,
What's up?
what do you have to eat?
It's bacalhau à Brás. It's codfish with potato.
Oh,
Uh,
nice.
like I don't know. It's I think it's a Portuguese food.
Mm-hmm.
It has egg too. Like yeah.
Nice. Yeah.
Chicken.
So,
Yeah.
this globe gave me a lot of inspiration for like a multi-dimensional, like either it'd be fun to rig and or I feel like it could be a cool like story element. It's like every time you kind of hit another level, it's like another like the gears and everything moving can be more than just an aesthetic thing. I don't remember what this is supposed to be, but I thought it looked cool, I guess. Oh. I guess I took a video of it. Some really old globes. I don't know if it moves. It probably does, but I don't think that they would want us touching it. I once watched a video on YouTube about like globes being made in modern days. Each piece is called a gore. But it's really cool. I highly suggest you guys check it out.
By the way, I sent you a mini image of the food. I didn't know how to explain.
What is the stuff that's not sticks? Is that egg?
There's egg, mixed with the potato, and there's also the fish in there.
Yeah, but do you know what I'm talking about though? It's like that kind of crumbly stuff.
Yeah, that's egg.
Oh, okay.
It's more or less scrambled eggs that
Oh,
go with the potato. The potato is like, imagine chips, but in like a little straw shaped. I don't know, just little.
matchstick.
How do you call those? Yeah, matchstick potatoes,
Mm-hmm.
and they get a little soft when you add the other ingredients.
I think you should put it in the general chat so people know what you're talking about.
Oh, okay, I can do that. Mm.
I think this was some kind of calculator or something. I don't know. Steaky!
Oh, hello, Sticky.
Steaky! Hello, Steaky. How you doing, Steaky? I'm making my way through Florence now. Galileo. Oh, there goes Galileo's middle finger. Hey.
Oh,
I could tell the museum had been renovated because I remember where his finger used to be, and they changed the location. So, yeah, exactly. I think my day started out pretty overwhelmed because of Theo's like his fur even now is just like kind of all over the place. But yeah, poor thing. Um, like I then washed him in olive oil, and then washed him again with shampoo. And I think it's generally like a lot softer, but there's some parts that kind of just are drying. Like he isn't really letting me dry him properly, so I'm just letting him air dry. But yeah, I think parts of it are kind of the glue is still kind of there, so we'll figure it out. But the thing
you know
that's
that sorry, you know that meme where it says "Do not the cat."
yeah,
Fluff did the cat.
I did the cat. And also, like I'm always very careful, not always very careful, but like because it doesn't happen often, but like obviously if I ever need to trim my cat's fur or something like that, I'm very careful, but even so, I still managed to like nick him a little bit. He didn't bleed, but there's just like a surface layer of skin, like a small piece. And those must be the times where he was like kind of yelped. But otherwise he was so freaking calm. He's so smart. It's like I don't even like he just he knew what I was there, why I was, he's never gotten a bath before, so he doesn't need it. But I was giving him a bath and like I just used some guidance with like one of my hands, but he basically just sat in the tub because like he knew he was fucked. And then when I was like cutting out the stuff initially before my husband came and helped me, he was, generally very patient. Like Django could never. Django could never. He'd be screaming his head off and everything. Poor little Theo. But he got 2 treats though. Like one after the first bath, like clipping, and then after I bathed him again. So we'll see.
Wait, so if I get stuck into the fly trap again, do I get double treats?
No, it's only if you have to go through the trauma of being bathed twice.
Oh,
Yeah. And I had, because my husband had said, like, because Theo at one point was, like, running around the house, and my husband's like, hey, can you help me? It's, like, something about sticker or whatever. I thought that he had taken the packaging, like, a label, like, this luggage label, and, like, put it on the cat, because that's something he would do. But it was a lot worse than I anticipated, so, because I just kind of slept through it, I'm like, I'll get there eventually. And then once I realized, oh, you meant like sticky, like stick trap thing. Um, Carlo, why are you saying again? Um, but yeah, so Otherwise, I think it's been going well. I mean, I just have to remember to not eat. Because I feel like, especially when I stream, I have a tendency to just, like, let's say I do have, like, food in front of me, and I won't actually take the time to eat it and stuff, so. Oh, again, yeah.
No, I was basically as if I was still thinking, oh, I get treats by getting stuck there? Nice.
Poor baby. But yeah, he's just
Step
so
one, douse
patient.
your cat in olive oil.
Luckily, it was only, like, his butt. Like,
No,
like,
I think that makes it worse.
Why?
Step one, douse your cat's butt in olive oil. What comes next? What's step two?
Yeah. But, like, I'm feeling his fur, and it's just parts of it's kind of, like, clumped up together a little bit, but still, it's all in all a lot better. But it's just, like, it dried weird. Or maybe it's not even completely dry. I just feel bad for him. But yeah, so I need to remember to eat. I need to remember to take my meds on time. It's like getting back to a routine.
Were you able to take your meds properly while on vacay?
Oh, 100% Stakey. What do you say? Yes, I was. I had them all, like, planned out. I had a new, meds system, so I could carry, had, like, 2 weeks, but then I was actually one day short, I think, so I didn't, like, it was basically the morning that I was traveling, I didn't have my morning meds, but I think that the night meds are the more important ones, so I took those, but I technically took them late because I took them at, like, by the time I got home after the flight and everything. But yeah, so all in all, I think I'm doing pretty decent. And yeah, just doing my best to vibe. Yeah, but honestly, it was kind of almost only a matter of time before he got stuck on that thing because it was like right on top of the sink, and he likes to like lick the water. But
Is it
that's
the
where the
first time
flies are.
you started using those?
No, hence it was only a matter of time because it was basically like a stick, kind of like imagine like a thin flashlight or something, but like a thin, long flashlight. That's approximately the size of the fly trap. But anyway, I digress. These are telescopes. Apparently, I didn't take a picture of the giant one. There's like one that was the size of a room. It was kind of intense.
Why is he called Galileo Galilei?
Because that's his name.
But it's like being called the same name twice with a slight difference.
Blame his parents.
Oh, Eduardo.
Yeah. So this place is like has really high reviews. This line is going all the way around here. This other one, empty. We went to this place a few times. This place was always empty except the very last time.
So,
Cute doggo with his hair and
was the other overrated?
No. It's just mainly that people were there for like the good stuff. This is Santa Croce. Santa's crotch.
Yeah.
JK, it's the cross. But
I prefer the other version.
Sounds like croce. Oh.
Croce.
But yeah, just going through this and doing like a history lesson has been a lot more energy using than I thought.
Well, maybe now you don't need to remember history lessons. I don't know.
But it's like
Cheese has
this,
history.
like we're close to the end, but there's like still more to do. Not more to do is share. So yeah, we did all this. Then it was, this was okay. It was a food tour. We had truffles and stuff like that, and it really makes a difference when you go to like most people when they're eating truffle stuff. It's chemical truffles. Tasting actual truffles makes a difference. So the two main things I guess was the David and then the cheese thing, but I don't know if I'll have the energy.
𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀.
My husband has made it into the room.
Do you have throat?
Why are you? Oh, I've been staying
Maybe it's
hydrated.
going so far away.
Yeah, I was rubbing
It's
Theo.
so far away.
Although now I'm like back, but for some reason it still has me far away. Oh, there we go. Yo.
He knows me because I was the one who saved him from the trap.
It's only a matter of time.
𝗟𝗶ሔር𝗸𝘀.
Yeah, his haircut's so choppy.
Maybe it was karma. Maybe he was joking around Django. Haha, you're bald now. And then this
I doubt
happened.
𝗟𝗏ሔር𝗸𝘀.
Oh, can you move this arm for a second? Feel so bad, I nicked him. It's like healed over now, but oh, Theo's butt is a black hole and Memi's being sucked in.
That's because you were getting tinier.
Yeah. Yeah, Steak, I've been going through pictures. Yeah, and I was giving
pictures
history
you took?
lessons. Yeah.
Really?
What do you mean, really?
You took these pictures?
Of course I did. You told me to take pictures. What did you think I was doing? My husband didn't have a connection to the internet, so I was doing most of the heavy lifting. But yeah, Carlo, sleep well. Thank you for being here. This was very thorough, to be fair. I would never. I appreciate that. It maybe. Did he not? Stakey said, did he not notice you taking all these pics? My husband is not very observant. So. Bye, Carlo. Bye bye.
Maybe your husband was tunnel
Yeah, I
visioning.
only pay attention
You
to
know?
important things.
Demi said it's funny that you say that. So my husband said he only pays attention to important things, right as you said, Demi. He said maybe he was tunnel visioning too hard.
And then the joke is because you
I
were in the
wasn't there to
catacombs,
Oh.
the
see
tunnels.
you taking pictures. I was there to see Rome.
Oh god, okay, whatever. Being dramatic. Demi said you're just tunnel vision because you're in the catacombs.
Yeah.
Uh-huh.
You have to pay attention, like if someone wake up and you suddenly feel a bone hitting your head.
Um,
Okay.
but yeah, you know the
Swami, this one.
our daylight savings doesn't start until November 3rd.
Ready?
Yeah. I think that like because we were still in Italian time while we were flying over, that's why the clock like changed for us, but it didn't change in America. So for all the Europeans, it's my stream started an hour early. So I just wanted
Swami, Rikta Swami.
to let you know we have not gained an hour.
Okay.
It's all a figment of our imagination.
Get it next time.
Next time? Okay.
Mitra.
Yeah.
Bruh.
Hmm?
Maybe babe, all the people who are traveling are.
I don't know, maybe.
Oh, by the way, you
What?
were wrong.
Huh?
The airplane is the perfect breeding place for
Yeah.
viruses.
Yeah.
Just dark all the time. That's humid.
It's not humid. It's dry. That's the
Yeah,
problem.
that's what I was saying.
You- My husband was talking about how I was talking about the plane was like a breeding ground for bacteria because it's just like recycled air. Everyone was coughing. Not me, but like I was just sniffling. But there's so many coughs all over the place. It was just like, can you guys like stop, please? But yeah. So
Hey, it's you.
bless you.
Thank you.
That's such a cute emote, Sticky. I love your emotes. So I think I'll do the cheese tomorrow. But I will show you this really adorable video.
Oh, go. Oh, suckling on your.
Yeah.
Yeah. But no milk will come out.
I know, but it is a baby. It doesn't know any better.
Cute.
Uh, uh, is this one? These are like 2 days old. These calves.
Any reason why they are just stuck in there?
Hmm?
Any
Oh,
reason they are stuck in there?
for their health. Because these cows are, their moms are used for milk. And basically, if they were to stay with their mom, that they would die because they refuse to eat any other food. Obviously that's not true for like all cows, but like in this particular sense for whatever reason. But like they were talking about how they like tried to keep calves with their moms. But then the calf would just be dead the next morning. Wow, yeah, I don't blame you. They're pretty slender looking.
I wonder.
Also, whenever I found out what they meant by like massaging cows, I always, for some reason, imagine like them doing it like by hand or something. But they basically have these machines that will turn and they can rub themselves against.
Yeah. They love that.
Yeah.
It's
And
like a scratching ball, but for their body, not for the claws.
yeah. And he was talking about how they sometimes like stand in line waiting for the massager. But yeah, they're all kind of free range. And they when they play music, like relaxing music, they do it when they're milking them because they produce more milk that way. Oh, fun fact. And they give them so many different types of hay. Like, look at all the different colors. These are all different. They're all so fragrant and like fresh. And so they're given like a mix of all that stuff, and it doesn't have any of the kind of like preservative stuff. So,
It's nice.
yeah, this was balsamic vinegar. I said, I know I said I would do an extra hour. I don't think I have the energy to. I'll have to finish this tomorrow.
Yeah, it's a good idea.
But I will show you a couple of pictures from my previous trip. So this, I was staying in a villa, and this was, there's like a mile long road here, and this was part of the estate. It's very pretty. They give the 𝗟𝗶ጵH𝗸𝘀. And they had like a little lemon farm going on. This is the Duomo. I don't think I took any pictures of the Duomo this time, so these perhaps are necessary. This cathedral is using 3 types of marble. White for faith, green for hope, and red for charity. And these are all like the original colors, like they didn't do anything to them. And got some rainbow naked people, which I thought was pretty funny. Very touristy.
Did you get anything from the trip to bring home?
Yes. So one of the things I got is like 6 well, I guess technically if you amount the gift ones, like 8 things of cheese. So like there's a 12-month, 24-month, and 36-month. The 12-month one is one that's not usually sold, unless you get it from like the factory, and it's it's much softer. The middle one is the one that's most kind of like general use, and the 36 one is more for like cooking. But yeah, so I was gonna give 𝗟𝗶hy and a couple other people like a choice of which one they want. But yeah, so this Ponte Vecchio picture is a lot nicer than the other one I took. I don't know where I took it from. Alex! Alex, how are you, patata?
Hey, Alex, Mammy is back.
I'm back, boy.
She's back, boy.
Thank you. Although I am... Hey, oh, I think I took a picture of this because it looked like a dick. I must have, because I just looked at this picture immediately, and I'm like, that's the first thing I thought.
It's even releasing something.
Yeah, but like sideways, just, I don't know, gross. I don't know. Anyway, looks like a point. What kind of
I don't know what that
pony?
means, but
Oh,
pony.
like pony like this? Like a head
Oh,
here,
like this, the
feet,
head?
and then legs, maybe body, tail.
I don't know. It looks kind of like a cow.
And the cow jumping over the moon. Children's book. Thank you for the hydrate. I didn't hear the hydrate, you bastards, strangely, but anyway.
Oh, I need to hydrate too.
I'm dry as fuck, boy. I don't remember where I was. I think I was in the Pitsy Palace where I took these.
Hydrate, you bastard! Hydrate!
Oh, now I hear it.
Or animals. Hydrate, you bastard. You bastard.
Oh. So this is like before they restored it, and then compared to like after. And like this is what it looked like now. So it's a lot cleaner. It reminds me of Madam X, for those who know. If you know, you know.
I don't know.
Oh, fluffy pony. Not pony, donkey. Mule?
Mhm.
Kind of like I'm rediscovering them. Wait, is her... Oh, her face is covered. I thought this was like lace or something when I first... Just now. Now I realize it's stone. Which speaks to itself. Or maybe it's plaster. It's probably plaster.
Pickle pose.
I guess this included modern art as well. Oh yeah, I love this one. That baby is trapped.
He's the only one trapped because maybe someone could take him away.
Oh no. Oh yeah, this was Pitsy Palace, and this is the... Oh, I took a panorama. What? Whoa! Oh wait, yeah. So this is the Bubbly Gardens. Yeah, well this is from 2019, and I was there for a month, so, to be fair. I thought this fountain was cool, since it's very naturalistic. Yeah, please do not let the cat inside. Which I thought was funny, because there's a cat that, you know, hangs around the
There must
estate.
be one cat that tries to get in.
I use this picture as a reference for a little art
That's kind of cool, yeah.
drawing I did.
I can only imagine
painting.
that it was even more red when you were actually using your eyes.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, put Alex Potato!
Mr. Patata Drafa.
Who did that? Was it you?
No, it was my friend, but I just thought it was really cute, so. I could imagine that maybe I did the horse body, but it's unlikely. I don't have my strokes aren't usually this confident. I wonder who this was. Oh yeah, we had a full moon. Lots of
Oh, that's
moon
nice.
attempts. Lots of moon attempts. One of our friends was doing tarot reading. Ah, there goes a cat. What the hell is this?
Oh, let the cat.
More moon pics. Oh, wait. Was there an eclipse going on? I don't know.
Looks like it, right?
Oh, right. So I asked, so because this is during my art therapy masters and stuff, we have a lot of artists. And so I was asking for their different interpretations based off what I was asking for. Which is like I wanted a rat and a moon and an olive branch. This is my sketch. Standing desk. Oh! Okay, here I go!
I don't have a standing desk. So
Stretch. Okay.
hello, Susiren.
It's trying out different... This is a different Friends rendition. And this is what the final ended up being.
This is your tattoo?
Yeah. It's on my left arm.
Are those olives?
Yeah. Because Florence is known for their olive oil.
Uh-huh.
I guess Italy, but... Back out. So this, I'm pretty sure that this is the Santa Croce. This is not me, but I took a picture of my friend, and I thought it was very,
Pretty.
yeah. Yeah, they really, pretty stained glass there. Oh yeah, at this point in time, you couldn't actually go into this room, so I thought the statues were really cool, blah blah blah, but I couldn't actually go in, so I had to basically try and take pictures from a distance. Oh yeah, I think this is John the Baptist.
The big
Maybe not.
beard.
I don't
That's
know.
a full barbarian.
Him and Mary Magdalene were very hairy, and I was just like, why are they so hairy? I don't understand. This is at the other Leonardo Museum. This is the Uffizi. Something like that. So this is a famous Medusa, and kind of like the Mona Lisa. It's on a shield. And no matter where you look, her eyes follow you, allegedly, type of thing. I tried to take a video of it
Because
this
the eyes
time
are
around.
like. Is it because the eyes are kind of like going deep
I don't know.
into the shield?
Oh, no, I think it's just the placement of the eyes, because there were a couple of other paintings that was just like, oh, looks like the eyes are following you, and they weren't just like the Mona Lisa. They were just, other stuff. These are some of the art therapy works that our kids had done.
Cute.
Remember this kid? I don't remember his name, but he's cute. And obviously, we had them do like plays and stuff, but they only spoke Italian, so it's not like we understood it. But we were like, oh, pet. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. But yeah, that's the gist of it. I'm gonna do cheese tomorrow and David tomorrow. Yeah. Oh, and balsamic vinegar tomorrow. Both processes are very interesting. This is aged 8 years, 12 years, and then 15 years. And they get more viscous and more sweet the longer they are, so actually don't taste vinegary. But anyway. That's pretty much it. feel like my eyes have been open for too long. What is that? Oh my sh. Why did I say that? I was trying to say oh my god or gosh, so I said oh my sh. Madman Gabo Bongo. These are all the pregnant cows, by the way. Yeah? Yeah? What's that? Sorry for nicking your butt. I'm never gonna forgive myself. But yeah. What? I'm lowering my desk so the prince can get up if he wants. Tío. At least his precious neck wasn't touched. It's my favorite part. Jojo. For the past 2 days, he's had me just hold him. If I put him down, then he'll move. He's like, I want to be held in your arms, and you can't just put me in your lap. Cheating. But yeah, so that's about it for me today. Reminder, if you want to come in, join the fun sponsorship stuff, do !dice, click my link. It's gonna be in the it's in the Discord as well, under the support links channel. And what else? It's a pretty low key game this time around. So just pick it up from time to time. Just roll some dice. Pretty chill. But yeah, we'll be doing it for the next 30 days, so I hope we'll work together. The team name is 𝗟𝗻𝗀𝗀. Hey, Floofy.
Amish floofs.
I give my own Floof a big kiss.
Oh, Mammy, I'm cut.
Oh,
Where's the rest of me?
oh, it's in the dick in the sky. Oh, I don't know.
I'm behind the sky.
You're just a cosmic being.
Simba.
Yeah. Any last words, Demi-Do?
Demi-Do. I don't know. Who are we raiding? If we are at all.
Let me look. Keeps looking at me.
Let's raid Camille.
Camille?
The one that has multiple people, like thousands.
Camilla?
Camilla. Oh, I didn't remember the name.
Well, I don't
actually
know who they are.
Neither do
But
I.
also, I don't think that they don't know who I am, so they don't necessarily know that I'm related to.
What's with that attitude?
Maybe let's go for 𝗟𝗍𝗀𝗀, the one who's super hyper.
Oh, 𝗟𝗍𝗀𝗀𝗀. Maybe I don't know.
She's doing
them.
you definitely know them. They're doing a content warning collab, so perhaps that might be a good chance.
Yes. Sorry, I was a bit distracted here.
There you go.
I need to follow them.
Okay,
Ah,
I'm starting the raid. Can you do the
Go,
raid
go.
messages for me, please?
Yeah.
Thank you.
Blue for poof.
You know what to do.
What to do?
What to do. Have a good day, guys.
See
Bye bye.
you tomorrow.